All right, we will resume our session with the always entertaining and informative Denise Canada. So Denise, I'll turn it over to you for Johnston County by the numbers.
Thank you so much. No pressure there at all.
None at all.
I will tell you, especially for those of you that are newer on the board since I first started doing this, I joined the Association of County Commissioners in 2022. Before that, I was at the legislature as nonpartisan central staff for about 15 years. But I came over here in 2022, and the very first presentation that I did after being on the job about 2.5 weeks was to come to the Johnston County Board of Commissioners and give a data presentation with not a lot of guidance about what it was supposed to be. So it just sort of dove in, so you sort of somewhat partial to your board because you were my first presentation, and so happy that you have me back every year. So thank you so much.
Well, you set the bar very high your first year, so.
I appreciate that. If you've seen me do this before, you know that one of the main topics that I will talk about with you are your demographics, because with Johnston County, compared to especially to other counties that I do presentations for, your story is population, population, population. So we'll talk about your demography a little bit, then I'll show you some data about your economy, how things are looking out there economically, and also a little bit about your workforce and the education levels of your workforce and that sort of thing, where Johnston County residents work. And then I'll talk to you a little bit about sales tax trends, because as you're heading into budget season, you know that sales tax is the most volatile revenue source, much harder to forecast than your property taxes. New county population data was just released by the Census Bureau a few weeks ago. In fact, I originally put this presentation together for your February retreat, and when it was rescheduled, new data came out since then, so I have updated it. And as of, I believe, a week and a half ago, the Census Bureau says that you have 250,000 residents in Johnston County. 13% of those people have moved here just since July 2020. So just thinking about when COVID started, which feels like 10 minutes ago and also 15 years ago, you have gotten a lot of your population since that time. A lot of these are people that, when you think about the communications that you have done with your community over the years and the work that you have done, a lot of these people are brand new and they have not heard that, they have not seen that. So some of the messaging that you feel like you have been giving and being consistent about is hitting people for the first time. This is a graph that some of you have seen before. I used this in my very first presentation to your board, and it uses data from the 2020 census. And what I showed at this time, back in 2022, was that among counties between 150 and 250,000 population, you were the 9th fastest growing county in the nation. So I bring this back partly as a way to give some context for those of you who weren't here at that time, but also to tell you that you've grown up, and so I've moved you into the 200,000 to 300,000 population group, which is somewhat arbitrary, but it felt like it was time. You had outgrown your old group. And your rank is even higher when you look at just these counties across the state, across the country, between 200 and 300,000 population. To put it in a little bit of context, nationally there are about 3,200 counties total, not just in this group. In this 200 to 300,000 population group, you were the 4th fastest growing county in 2020. 2021, you were the 5th fastest growing county. 8th, 5th, and then the data that just came out last week or 2 weeks ago. In counties within this size range across the country, you are the 7th fastest growing county. So you continue to grow very, very fast, and I know that that's a challenge that you're grappling with. Also wanted to show you your growth rank against all counties nationally. So 3,144 counties across the U.S. And you are always in the top 100 of fastest growing counties. This is again on a percentage-wise basis, of course, not in terms of the absolute number of folks that you're adding, but you're growing very fast. I don't think I'm telling you anything that you don't know, but I like to put numbers behind what you're already feeling while you're out there. And before I go any farther, one thing that I do want to tell you is please feel free to jump in anytime with questions. Your board often is very good at keeping it a conversation and a dialogue, and I like that, and I think it makes it more interesting, and then you can get your questions answered when you think of them and not later when you've forgotten them. So very informal, and would be happy for you to jump in.
So since you opened the door, so when you say 13% have moved here since, was it 2020? So what is the state number? What is the state saying that people move?
I would need to look that up,
okay.
but I would imagine that it's somewhere around like 3%.
Okay.
Don't quote me on that. I'll need to look it up. Amy's
It's
writing.
not 13 though.
It is not 13 by a stretch.
Is there any data available where these people are coming from?
Sure, there is. I didn't pull it for this, but it's definitely something that I can get. There's an economist out of UNC Wilmington who does a lot of great work on population data and trends, and he uses an interesting data set that comes out of the IRS, actually, that is able to show when people have relocated from one state to another. Because, you know, it's all estimates. It's all using different data sources to try to understand what is happening out there. Certainly not stopping everybody at the border and finding out. And so it has turned out that the IRS federal income tax data is a very good source of a way to find that. So some of these questions that you're asking, Amy Cannon is writing down for me, and then I will follow up with your board after the fact. So that's a great question. What states are they coming from?
Could you also see about the age ranges? Because I feel like we're also seeing a trend as well of the 55 plus community. I feel like it's also coming to relocate. So I think that might be interesting to see as well. It's not necessarily where, but the age range of that growth.
I will look into it and see if there's data out there that can tell you that. I would think that it would be, and I suspect that you're probably correct. You know how things are changing, but to put numbers to it would be helpful. So I'll see what I can find on that.
Yeah,
Thanks for
I
the
seem
question.
to run into a lot of grandparents who are moving here because of their grandchildren.
Yeah.
So just 2 days ago, I had that conversation.
This is great. Other questions from the room about the population? Okay, so to put these numbers, same numbers, just to show you this a little bit differently, these are the new residents that you added to Johnston County just in the past 2 years. I'll move because I realize I'm standing in front of the screen for you. In 2023, you added 7,100 new residents, and in 2024, you added, again, 7,400 new residents. So to think about that, even anything you put in your budget message 2 years ago, none of these folks, they weren't seeing that. And your growth rate is up there too, 3.1%.
So that's roughly 20 people a day.
Ooh, public math.
I did on a calculator.
Okay,
so,
okay,
yeah.
good.
I do it in my head, so yeah.
I was afraid you were asking me to do it myself.
No, that's okay.
Okay.
But that's, I think I just read, did I read Wake County was 60-something people a day?
I actually
saw that in
did
the
the
last
math
couple of
on Mecklenburg County yesterday, and Mecklenburg is adding 82 residents per day. But they're growing a little bit faster than
Right.
Wake, even though Wake is larger. So Wake probably is about 60, I think. And you all know that there are a lot of infrastructure challenges that come with this and service challenges that come with this. And even to maintain the same level of service takes more money when you have more people. And I know that's a challenge that you grapple with as you're heading
We may
into budget.
be aware of a thing or two about that. So.
You might have noticed.
If 1/4 of those coming are children, that's a school every year.
Right, yeah. Yep, that's a school
We got all
every
kinds
year.
of math going on over here.
Anything else on the demographics and on your population growth? Can be questions for me, or it can be conversation that you need to have. Okay. We'll talk about your economy and your workforce a little bit. On this chart, I broke down the education, highest level of education for your residents that are over age 25. You are on the right in the darker bars, and the statewide average is on the left in the lighter bars. just a way to show you how in each category you compare to the statewide average. Relatively similar sort of shape of distribution in all of those categories. But if you look at the very top where I've called out the two arrows, almost 30% of your residents that are over age 25 have at least a bachelor's degree. And that's relatively high for North Carolina. That puts you ahead of 71 other North Carolina counties. They have a lower percentage of residents with at least a bachelor's degree. So it's a relatively educated workforce as you look at economic development and bringing in what types of corporations and businesses that you want to bring in. I know that you also work on education at the improving the lowest levels of education. So to point out, you do have 11% of folks over age 25 that do not have a GED or high school diploma. It's relatively similar to the state average. The state is 10%, so very similar. This graph shows unemployment since 1990, the annual average of your unemployment, I should say, since 1990. You are the green line, and the statewide average is the gray line. So what you see is very typical of counties across North Carolina. Almost exclusively, counties across North Carolina tend to follow the statewide trends for unemployment. The exception being if you have a major employer closure, such as the mill in Canton, maybe a year and a half ago, something like that. Otherwise, counties do tend to do exactly what you're doing here, follow the trend. But counties also tend to be either above or below the statewide trend, and you are in a good position because you can see that your unemployment has always been lower than the statewide average over the past 35 years. Commissioner Godwin looks like he has a question.
No.
No? Okay. All right, sorry.
I'm just engaged.
Okay. And I did circle in the magenta right there the height of the pandemic. I think we talked about that when I came out here about 2 years ago, about the way that Johnston County economy and employment performed in the face of the COVID shutdowns. And for those of you that were here, you'll recall what we talked about at that time was that you have a relatively higher share of your workforce employed in government, particularly local government, but all levels of government, compared to the statewide average. And so you were a little bit more resilient and a little bit more stable in the face of business shutdowns and business closures, hospitality business shutdowns, restaurant shutdowns, such as that. And that's why particularly that gap gets a little bit wider in the area that I circled, because your unemployment did not peak as high as the statewide average. And again, as the data we looked at 2 years ago said, I think that it is because you had a relatively stable base of employment in government that helped see you through those COVID era shutdowns.
Denise, I did notice that.
He does have a question.
Yeah, well, a comment. The previous slide where it talked about 22% of folks in Johnston County had bachelor's degree. We used to be under the state level quite a bit. So apparently the new people coming in are more educated.
I think that is what that would say. Yes, because now you are exactly at the statewide average of 22%, which is great for you as you look at economic development. Yeah. Thanks.
So I had a question. I know Dr. Lindquist has already left, but we have a BioWorks program, which you can read on the back, and that's a certificate. So would that show up as where does that show up on the rate? Do you have an idea for where that would show up?
I would need to learn a little bit more
Okay.
about the program, but sort of a high-level credential that doesn't necessarily result in an associate's degree, I think would show up under
Right.
this other college, or
Okay.
It's actually called some college, something
Okay.
like that. I don't know how familiar you are with the work of My Future NC and their goal to reach a certain number of folks across the state with at least a high-level credential or bachelor's degree by 2030. And I think that they do a much better job than this federal data set of really breaking that out and capturing who does have a high-level credential, is I believe what they call it. Because I think, as we know, and what you see in workforce training programs is that although this does show that you have a lot of folks with a high level of education, you don't necessarily need that level of education, particularly when you have very good workforce training programs that are yielding credentials and certificates. So I'm glad you brought that up, because it does sort of bring me to a point I should have said. in a graph like this, it is not the case that everyone needs to be at the top and you need to get everyone up there, because that's not the appropriate course for everyone, and it takes all of these various levels of certification and training to fill all the jobs in your economy.
Yeah, because we have this facility and we're a few months away from finishing an advanced manufacturing training facility
That's
in Four
great.
Oaks. So
That's
we'll
great.
have 2 facilities in the county shortly.
Moving on? Yeah. Okay. This is a data set that I pull from some federal data. It shows where your residents work. Of residents who live in Johnston County and are employed, where is their primary job located? So, not surprisingly, you have 60, almost 70% of these folks are either working in Wake or Johnston County. I don't know about you, I was not particularly surprised to see how many people are working in Wake County. I think it's known that you have a lot of commuters there, but you do have a very solid base of almost 25% of residents who are working within Johnston County itself, which is always helpful because people tend to spend money very close to home. People tend to go out to eat very close to their work is what I'm trying to say. So if you're working somewhere, you might stop and do an errand, you might go out to eat. So the more people that you have working within your county, that helps to increase your sales tax base. Sometimes when I show this data, I get a question about remote workers and where are remote workers captured. And in general, remote workers are captured at the location of their business, in this data set at least. So someone that shows everywhere else, including out of state, may be commuting out of state, but may well be commuting just in the 2nd bedroom of their house.
So I understand 76% of the people in the county do not work in Johnston County. Is that what it said? Is that what I'm understanding?
76, yes, 77%
77%.
do not work in Johnston County, yes.
Wow. Okay.
Yeah,
That's a high.
it's a lot.
Yes.
This graph shows the statewide average of per capita income, and then it also shows the Johnston County per capita income. The dark area that I've filled in green, that's Johnston County, obviously, and then the magenta colored bar that I've shown up above, this is the statewide average of per capita income. I was a little bit surprised when I looked at this data, even though I think I've looked at it before for Johnston County, but I was a bit surprised by the gap between the statewide average and where you are. And I will tell you that what I expected was the case was that if I pulled out Mecklenburg and Wake counties, which have a relatively higher cost of living and relatively higher wages, I thought that if I pulled them out of the statewide average and compared you to the other 97 counties, you would relatively be right in the same place on per capita income. But that's actually not the case. You actually really are basically where this graph shows, not significantly, but quite a bit lower than the statewide average. And the gap has been increasing a bit over recent years. I don't know that I can necessarily explain that. You might be able to explain it. But I did notice that if you go back to 1990, for example, you'll see it's a very narrow gap between the top of the green and then the pink line. And when you get all the way out to 2023 is the most recent data here, which is the most recent data available on per capita income, that gap has grown. Commissioner Harris?
Yeah, just, I hate to go backwards, but can we go back
No.
to that previous slide?
We should.
I'm still hung up on that 77%.
Okay, let's talk about it more.
Of this numbers that are represented here, is
Yes.
that people that are actually in the workforce, or is that overall, that's not overall population, that's
This is
actual
people who are
workforce?
employed,
Okay.
and it's the location of their primary job.
Okay.
So if you, or what they have identified as
Okay.
their primary job. If you
Okay.
have someone with multiple jobs, 3 of them might be in Johnston County and 1 might be in Wake County, but if they've identified their primary job as being in Wake County, that's where they would show up in this data. Night shift, like a side gig sort of thing that's in Johnston County is not going to show up in this data set.
What about like a business owner? Is that would still be their primary job? So
That would still be their primary job,
okay,
and they
so
would
that
show up in this
these
data.
statistics. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, sure.
Is that not the classic definition of a bedroom community?
It is. It is, especially when you have so many people going just to one county over, which, as you've seen in your population growth over time, I think we know that a lot of people have moved out here as Wake County has gotten too expensive. So it's not that surprising. One thing that might be interesting to do, and I can actually, if Amy can make a note of this, I'll see if I can find older data on this. I'm not sure how, it's a federal data set that I've only recently started using. I'm not sure how much historical data there is, but if it does go back, I think it would be interesting to see how and if this has changed over time. So Commissioner Harris, I'll look into that because now I'm curious too, and then if that data's out there, I'll let the board know what I find.
Thank you.
And we can always go back to slides. We don't just have to move forward. This is a slide that I have shown you before. It shows the county gross domestic product. What you're seeing in this graph is there are 100 bars. There is a bar for every county in North Carolina, and I just lined them up. Smallest growth or decline all the way up to the highest level of growth. In that 5-year, the change over that 5-year period from 2018 to 2023. And then, of course, I've pointed out in dark green where Johnston County falls, which is right about something like 12%, just kidding, 15% increase in your GDP over that time period. Now, county GDP is not something that you might hear about very much, and if so, that's because the federal government has collected this data for decades, but only began releasing it to the public in 2019. I can't say why it wasn't released before. I don't think it was classified. It was just not something that they weren't publishing. It first came out in 2020, and you might recall we were all preoccupied with other things in 2020. So you may not have seen this data set before. But if you think about gross domestic product at the national level, which is where we're more familiar in hearing it discussed, it's a measure of the size of the entire U.S. economy, everything that is being produced. I often like to say if your entire economy was just one factory, then your GDP would be the value of whatever comes out of that factory. So it's very similar to that, except that your economy is a lot of different businesses, and it's also services. And the value of services are also captured here in your GDP. So what you see is that your GDP grew faster over that 5-year period than in most counties. And given the increase in your population and presumably increase in jobs, I think that this makes sense. That is about where I would expect you to see. And as I mentioned, the median county change was 6% across those all 100 bars that I have stacked up there. So you're significantly ahead of the median across your 99 peers.
So can we go back?
Let's go back.
Not that, that's a good, so if we go back, so we just
Where are we
had
going
this
to?
disco, you went one too many minutes. So
This one.
when I'm looking at per capita, I know recently Triangle East Chamber just put out some information, and there was some confusion with the numbers, and there was a difference between per capita and household.
Right.
And I think the household number we've seen, I don't compare it to the state average where we are, but I know when there was a difference in them that the per capita obviously was much lower, and I think it showed something similar. We were behind other counties, but when you flipped it to median household income, that the numbers were a little more favorable.
Sure.
Whether they went above
Yeah.
or not. But
you're right, and I can speak to that a little bit. There are a lot of different measures of income, and none of them are the right measure or the best measure necessarily, and one is not right and one is not wrong, but it's often a matter of just figuring out what it is you're trying to understand and then picking out the best indicator for that. So when you have median household income, which I think is the other indicator that you're talking about, that is something that can be a little bit challenging because it compares a 2-person household with an 8-person household, and they are each one household. And I think that counties that tend to fare better in median household income rankings are often counties with smaller households. So when you have, for example, counties that are high retiree destinations, where it's generally 1 or 2-person households, all of the income is going to those two people, to that household, and they will rank a little bit higher. On the other hand, per capita income can be a little bit more useful as a comparison across counties because it does adjust for that. It does adjust for household size by just taking everyone. The flip side of that is that, of course, there are economies of scale of multiple people living together. You don't have double the housing cost just because one person moves in with you, and then this type of data doesn't account for that. So I think it can be useful to look at both and consider where you fall in both and just understand the pros and cons of each measure.
Okay, thank you.
Sure. Let's go back some
I was
more.
gonna say, we'll eventually get off of this slide.
We're going to spend as long on this slide as you
Okay.
need until somebody comes out with the cane and tells me my time slot is
I
up.
have a question too.
Yes.
Then. Would that also graph kind of go through with as much as much growth as we've got? Is just that maybe part of it is from the 90s? You got to think we really weren't growing. We were growing, but not as rapidly. And so would that kind of maybe that gap contribute to as much growth as we've gotten, or no?
I think you're asking how does your rapid population growth affect what you see here?
Yeah.
Is that
Yeah.
is that basically the question?
Yeah.
So again, it's a little bit tricky because it depends on, it actually goes back to the question that you asked earlier about the
Yeah.
age of people that are moving in. Because if a family moves in with 4 children, you have probably two income earners in that household. And so the per capita income for that household is going to be relatively low, even if they're well off, just because it's 4 or 6 people. On the other hand, if the people that are, and that may be the case given the growth that you have been seeing in your school age population and the need for additional schools, suggests that you have a lot of families. On the flip side, if the folks that are moving in are more likely to be retirement age and are more likely to have smaller households, you sort of look at, well, are they retired? And then
Right.
how much income do they have at that point
Right.
versus wealth?
Right.
Or if they're working but don't have children in the household. So it's very tricky, and there are a lot of different factors that feed into it, and that's why I think it can be helpful to look at this and median household income and other measures as well. Thanks for the question. All right. How am I doing on time? I have until 10:45. Excuse me. Okay. All right, we're going to take a crash
I was
course
gonna say, you can take a
through
little
sales
longer,
tax.
yeah.
Okay. Let's see. I'm going to skip ahead to, no, let's do this. This slide shows the percentage change in your sales tax collections from 1 month to the same month in the prior year. It makes more sense to compare this April to last April than it does this April to last month, because we know that there are cyclical trends and year trends that come out when you look at sales tax data. People spend a lot more money in December, for example, than they do in January. And so comparing December to January and saying there's a big drop, of course there's a big drop. Because of that, we almost always tend to look at the way sales tax has changed from 1 year to the same month in the prior year. And so that's what you're looking at here. So for example, where I have circled in the peak of this chart, April 2021, your sales tax, this is collections and not distributions, your sales tax collections, which are the best indicator of your economy, were 30% higher than in April 2020. And I think the official economics term for that is something like bonkers, because that is not something that we were ever seeing in North Carolina sales tax collections prior to getting into the pandemic, getting into about 2020. For many decades before that, if you saw maybe a 5% year over year, that was surprising. Oh, look at all of our growth, we have 5%. And then things really got out of pattern when we headed into the pandemic for a few different reasons that I think you already know about. Changes in consumer shopping patterns, additional federal stimulus money that went out into your economy in the terms of spending, and also the 2018 Supreme Court decision, the South Dakota versus Wayfair, that allowed the state to tap into more sales tax from online purchases. All of those things fed into this, and you can see at the right-hand part of the chart that you're starting to get back down more into more normal levels of sales tax variation.
May I ask a question about the last slide?
Yes, let's go back.
There's a couple of points where that line drops below the 0% range. How do you collect negative sales tax?
It's not that you collected negative, it's that you were, compared to the prior year, you collected 4% less.
Oh, okay.
So, and I
All right.
should have said this, this is graphing a percentage, it's not graphing the dollar amount.
All right, thank
So
you.
in that month, you collected 5% less than the same month in the prior year. I'm glad you asked that so I could explain the chart a little more.
Denise, the change that the Supreme Court brought around on online sales, how does that affect the county? Or was it just statewide?
It affects the county for sure. Before that decision went into effect, there was a lot of trying to figure out what the impact would be. And I will tell you, this is something that I worked on when I was staff at the General Assembly with our team of economists. I'm not an economist, but with our economists. And I will tell you, honestly, we did not get this one right. Because companies were already required to be collecting and remitting, sending in sales tax if they had a business location in North Carolina. And in addition to that, Amazon already had an agreement where it was collecting and remitting sales tax to North Carolina. And when you look at the largest retailers nationally, North Carolina had what we call nexus with all of them, meaning they all already had a location here in some way and already should have been collecting and remitting. And so our estimates for what this would bring in statewide were much lower than what actually ended up happening. It's a little bit complicated by the change in spending patterns with the pandemic, but all of that to say is that we are collecting additional sales tax money on on very many of the online sales. And as with all purchases, 4.75% of that goes to the state, and then the remainder comes to Johnston County. Is part of your collections for Johnston County.
Thank you.
Please. This is your expert.
Can you explain a little bit to the board about the Medicaid hold harmless?
I have
and how
some
that
slides
affects-
on that.
Okay,
I'll
I'm
skip
sorry.
ahead.
I'm
Yep.
ahead of you, okay.
I'm
thank
almost out of time, so yep, let me skip ahead to
Take
that.
your time. We don't
Okay.
want to miss out on any of this.
All right, thank you. This is the last part of my presentation, and it's about a rather weedy part of sales tax law that is often called the Medicaid swap. And let me show you a little bit about where this came from in 2007 to get you up to understanding why you saw what you saw last year and this year. Prior to 2007, counties were responsible for paying 15% of the state's Medicaid costs. You know, Medicaid is shared with the federal government. The feds pay a share and the state pays a share. Back until 2007, the state passed along 15% of its share to counties. Those of you that were in local government at that time know that counties were being absolutely crushed by the Medicaid line item in their budget. At the highest end of the scale, Robeson County was dedicating, I think, 20 cents of the property tax rate just to pay the Medicaid line item. And the average across the state was something about 10 cents on your property tax rate just to pay Medicaid. At that time, counties were asking the legislature and asking our association for what they called Medicaid relief. We can't keep affording this line item. Our association was heavily involved in lobbying and advocating for this and in negotiating a compromise. And eventually in 2007, a compromise was reached with the General Assembly. And these were basically the four parts of the compromise, which is called the Medicaid swap. The state took on that 15% of Medicaid costs that you were paying. Counties also gave up a 1/2 cent sales tax that you used to be levying and gave that revenue to the state. The state basically said, we'll pay this, but you need to give us some money to pay your bills. We're not just going to take the entire burden on ourselves. So you gave up a 1/2 cent of sales tax. That 1/2 cent was shared with your cities, so they also lost money. And cities weren't paying Medicaid, so they saw no benefit. They only saw the loss of the sales tax. And because of that, there's something in sales tax distribution that's called city hold harmless. That's actually not mostly what we're talking about. It just comes out of your books, it goes out of your money into your cities to make up for the fact that you gave away part of their sales tax money. And the last item up here, the fourth one, is really what we're talking about here and what I'm about to talk more about. County Medicaid hold harmless was created with state funds. And so I want to talk to you about what it is and how it works and how you're being held harmless. This is a graph that goes back to fiscal year 2010 that shows Medicaid expenses that were paid on behalf of Johnston County. In other words, it shows your 15% share that you would have still been paying every year if not for the Medicaid swap. You can see there obviously a very significant increase in the past few years. There are a few different reasons for that. The federal share dropped a little bit, so the state share increased a little bit, the federal match, in other words. And so that increased the amount the state had to pay. And of course, if you had been paying 15% of that, that went up. A larger part of that increase, that steep increase over the past few years, was a few decisions that the General Assembly made to increase Medicaid provider rates. When the General Assembly wants to encourage providers to stay in the program or new providers to join the program, they need to, or they choose to, increase what they pay those providers. Call that increasing the provider reimbursement rate. But if you pay providers more, that money comes from somewhere, and it comes from the Medicaid program, from the feds and also from the state. And if you were still paying 15%, your costs would have gone up from that. There are a couple other factors that have to do with some changes during the COVID pandemic, but the bottom line is Medicaid costs went up rather sharply. This is just a graph for Johnston County, but it's very typical of many counties across North Carolina, that significant increase over the past few years. So set that aside for a moment, and let's just talk about the half-cent of sales tax that you gave up.
Denise, before you move on to that, can I ask you a
Let's go
question?
back.
Just 1 second. I'm
Yes.
sorry. Is that directly related to the Medicaid expansion that was done? Is that why we saw that
That's a great
spike?
question, and I'm so glad you asked because I forgot to address that. Medicaid expansion does not affect Medicaid expenses that go into the Medicaid hold harmless. And that's because under the legislation, Medicaid expansion is funded 90% by the federal government and 10% by hospitals in North Carolina. There is no state share. The state share is zero. And so your 15% of that zero, of course, would be zero. That's a question that I get a lot, and I'm so glad that you asked. I will also say that just to be extremely cautious, I met with legislative staff when House 76 that's the Medicaid expansion bill, was being considered, and we were able to negotiate that they dropped in language specifically stating that even if those percentages ever changed, Medicaid expansion costs were not allowed to ever feed into the Medicaid hold harmless numbers that you see here. Thanks for asking that. So you gave up a half-cent of sales tax. And as your sales tax collections have gone up and your economy has grown, the value of that half-cent has gone up and up and up. You've given away more and more and more money by giving away that half-cent. That's what this line shows here. And then you put the two of them together. And what you see, where I have drawn the arrows, is that there's a gap. And you gave up more sales tax money than you gave up expenses. And a different way to say that is if this hadn't happened, you could have paid all of your green Medicaid expenses. Let's look at fiscal 25, the end of the graph. You could have paid that whole green bar of expenses and had money left over from the sales tax that you would have collected. And that difference, where I've drawn the arrow, that's a Medicaid hold harmless payment that you receive every year. Now, I meant to put the numbers on these arrows, I'll be honest, and I forgot to put them on. But what happened last year in particular is that the gap between those two lines got smaller. And so, I don't know if I can really use the pointer. And so the arrow on the left is taller. Again, meant to label it. It was something like $9.9 million of Medicaid hold harmless 2 fiscal years ago. And then last year it dropped by about $2 million, down to maybe $7.8 million of a Medicaid hold harmless payment, something like that. You are breaking even under the legislation. You are getting the full value of the sales tax that you gave up, and you're getting it through two parts. Part of it is you're getting Medicaid paid services for your residents, and then the gap is being filled in by the hold harmless payment. That means that if Medicaid costs go up and the gap shrinks, you're going to get a smaller payment. So it's very easy for me to stand up here and say that you will never be worse than breaking even under this legislation. But that thought doesn't balance a budget. It doesn't really help you with the very real challenge you experienced last year during your budget process of unexpectedly facing a $2 million gap. The numbers for this year are very similar. I don't know, Chad, if you want to add anything to what you saw in your hold harmless payment this year than last year. It seemed relatively stable.
Yeah, our hold harmless payment this year was about 7.7 million. And a lot of that's, we're seeing the increase in sales tax year after year is about the same. It's around 5.5%. It's 5.6, 5.7, but really what impacts that is the amount of Medicaid that's being paid out. So it's really out of our hands in terms of what the sales tax revenue is going to be. For what we collect is normally around 5 to 6%, but then it's impacted a little bit by the Medicaid costs there. So we're seeing about what it was last year.
Is this net of the city hold harmless?
Yes, that doesn't figure into this. Thanks for asking. Mr. Leonard?
This is the best way I've heard this. Great job.
Thank you.
And two, the system is working as it should. We were surprised last year. And so what the association means and the advocacy team have tried to do and we're trying to work on doing for all of other counties is the lesson of surprise, right? We were surprised last year by this. So now the conversation is just turning towards, so you can have numbers and estimates. I'm so sorry. So you can have numbers and estimates that you can count on moving forward. And I just wanted to say that that's the advocacy of the association at the moment, is trying to give you advance notice. So anyway, hope that was okay.
Definitely. There's no reason that this couldn't be, that the timing of this could not be moved altogether. There's nothing magical about the 12-month period, I think, that is being used. There's no reason that we couldn't set the 12-month period on any sort of year, October 1st to September 30th, and have you see the impact much earlier in the year. So Kevin's exactly right. That is something that we're pursuing, because finding out in March that you have a $2 million gap, I mean, you went through it, you know.
When we're doing the budget for you all during the year, we're setting the floor for this Medicaid swap. So we're doing the floor as what we think the minimum would be, so that we don't get any real surprises. We would like to have $2 million more, but if it comes in at 7, we've budgeted a little bit below that anyway. So we're budgeting a floor of around 6, and then if anything comes above that, then we're good. But we're trying not to be surprised at the county level, even as low as it might get. We're doing it based on what we see.
There are a lot of counties that do not get a hold harmless payment at all. And so if you don't get a hold harmless payment at all, what that means is that your Medicaid expenses are larger than what you would have earned in sales tax revenue. So in fact, that was the case in the very far left of your chart. Back in fiscal 2010, you see where the green is higher. You gave up $10 million of expenses, and you gave up $6 million in revenue. So you actually made out well in that year. You benefited to the tune of $4 million. When you have a gap like this, you break even. You don't lose, but you do break even. But what Chad said is exactly what we do recommend to our counties, that this is something to budget extremely conservatively. We recommend to some counties that they budget it just as one-time revenue. You can budget nothing and wait and see what comes in. I think that's more challenging for a county like yours with a very large fund balance that you're trying not to add to, because if you $7 million unexpectedly that's not budgeted can make things more complicated from that front. But it's very much pros and cons. So you have Chad to get you on the right track with that. He's exactly right.
So two factors that can affect this is an increase in Medicaid population or a decrease in sales tax.
Mm-hmm.
And that would affect our hold harm. Okay, I understand.
Yep.
Thank you.
That's right.
Okay.
The sales tax has leveled off a little bit. I agree with Chad. It is much more significantly the Medicaid, although what you can see is that the sales tax has leveled off a little bit. And we certainly have counties that now have a decrease in sales tax. You're not one of them, congratulations, but that's certainly something I'm seeing with other counties. And so, of course, if the sales tax line goes down, that gap gets even smaller very quickly.
All right, thank you.
Sure. Commissioners, that's it for the material that I prepared. I'm happy to take any questions, but I'm also aware that you need to stay on schedule, so you feel free to reach out to me afterwards as well.
No, thank you as always. I mean, always great information that makes you go, So thank you for
Sure.
thank you for that.
Denise, I'd like to say, of all the things we do in this two-day process, this is also one of the things I really look forward to. So thank you for all your work
you.
in providing
I really appreciate
the
that.
data. It's really interesting to see how we compare.
Thanks.
All right, thank you. Yes. Yeah. All right, I think next on our agenda, we have Jess Vollmer, who happens to be one of my coworkers, who is here to discuss our, oh, there she is. Oh, she was sitting over the corner. I was like, I knew she was here somewhere. So Jess, we will turn it over to you. And I'll just say, as she's coming up, the CliftonStrengths is something we introduced about 4 years ago at our place of employment. There's a bunch of engineers and scientist types there who are, let's say, maybe skeptical about such things as this. And I know at least one at the table can relate to that and has lived that life. So the fact that we did this 4 years ago and we are still talking about each other's strengths and working together as a team and how that helps our team, that a bunch of engineers are talking about shows it's fairly impactful to what we do in every day at our jobs. And being that we had 3 new members, one that's had a couple of years with us, that I thought this was appropriate for us to take a part of this and to help our team and to help us grow together and understand each other and be able to function at a higher level than most boards. I think we were already doing that, so I think this will take us to another level. Just with that, are you ready to
Thank you.
lead us on?
You covered my transition time. That
Okay,
was
good,
perfect,
good.
Butch. Thank you. Hi, everybody. Jess Vollmer, Chief People Officer at Withers Ravenel. We're based out of Cary. We're a multidisciplinary civil engineering firm. I am really excited that I had the opportunity to work with your board and with some of your staff. This has been a treat. We're going to spend a little time setting the table, kind of teeing up what this is for those who are online or those who are joining us for the first time, to let you know a little bit about this project first, and then we'll dive into some of our results. So first, just what is CliftonStrengths? It comes from a company called Gallup. It's the same company that you may be familiar with, the Gallup polls. Same company. They're out of Omaha, Nebraska. They're known for their workplace science, human behavior research, and they're kind of a go-to resource for a lot of different data. This particular framework that they've studied for literally decades came out of the work from Don Clifton. Therefore, that's why it's called CliftonStrengths. It's named after him. He was the president at Gallup at the time. And I love this quote, is what would happen if we think about what's right with people rather than fixating on what's wrong with them. That's at the heart of the CliftonStrengths framework. It's the idea that it kind of flips older management theories on their head, related to that everybody has to be the same to do a particular job. Applying that here to Johnston County, we think about this is an opportunity for each of our board members to bring their unique talents to bear to help serve the people in this community. And so this particular framework, it's an assessment that all the individuals took. It helps kind of crack that code to understand what are their unique and natural talents that kind of are at the top of their list. And so to give you this is again, just setting context for those who are new to this. Gallup has created a framework of 34 talents. They're organized into these 4 domains you can see. Executing themes are these are themes and talents that help people get things done, make things happen. The influencing themes, they're in the orange. They help people speak up or actually help others be heard as well. Relationship building themes kind of speak for themselves. These are the glue that hold teams and groups together. And then the strategic thinking themes, these are ones that help kind of inform better decision making and are kind of more analytical in nature. And so when Gallup studied all of that, they studied literally humans across many countries across the world. Didn't matter what industry they were in. It didn't matter what level of position. Those 34 themes are what showed up. And they also found when they studied people literally over decades that these are some of the benefits of identifying your top talents and then learning to use them more actively in what they call the strength zones. Here are some of the benefits. First of all, 12.5% productivity increase, an almost 9% profitability increase, 6 times as likely to be more engaged at work, and almost 8% more productive in their particular individual role, 3 times as likely to have an excellent quality of life, so there's personal impact here, not just at work, and then 6 times as likely to do what they do best every day, which is literally tied to their strengths. It's saying, hey, I understand my strengths and my key talents, and I can use those more effectively and try to optimize those talents more and more. And when we look at this from a team lens, there's a lot of benefits as well. So first, more effectively being able to relate to one another, so understanding what people are bringing to the table, what are their top themes, and whether they're we call them lesser talents, or you could call them weaknesses. What do we need to work around? How do we avoid potential conflicts that we might have with each other? How do we boost group cohesion and create more positive dialogue, which I'm sure is so important in this environment? And then last, improve engagement and performance overall. So the real impact is that building a strengths-based team and doing that here in this environment can really foster and benefit in terms of the performance of the group overall. When we look at this, first we do it as an individual, and so each of these board members have received a report that goes really deep into their talents, and it ranks all 34 that you saw in rank order, 1 through 34. And it gives them a sense of, okay, what are my top talents? What are the sharpest tools in my toolkit that I need to go back to over and over again, because those are the talents that they can't not be good at. They wake up in the morning. This is true for all of you who didn't take the assessment. You have your top talents too. You wake up every morning. These are the things that you can't not be good at. You're truly excellent. And then there are things that fall to the bottom of the list that it doesn't mean that you can't do those things. It's just that when you do them, you would probably be drained. It's probably not going to be your favorite work that you have to do when you use those talents that fall to that ranked, ordered, lower part of your list. What we've learned, and hopefully what they've picked up on, is that the more that they can understand their top talents and themes, the more they can learn to optimize and lean into what we call the power and edge of each of those significant talents. And so putting that additional investment in learning about and using more kind of intentionally using those talents, that's when those talents become a strength. So that's that talent times that investment is when those things become a true strength for them. And so now we're going to look at strengths through a team lens, because we started it on an individual basis. Now we're shifting into that. So we're going to be doing this live for everybody here today. It'll be fun. First of all, let's look at what teams might look like. This will just be a quick little thing. Some teams might look like this. Has this team ever felt like this picture here? Yeah, winning, we're happy, we're celebrating. Have we ever looked like this?
Beginning of the meeting versus the end of the meeting.
I like that, right?
Yeah.
Have we ever felt like this, where we might have a little herd mentality or some kind of group think going on? Have we ever looked like this? This is a tough one, the blind leading the blind, right? Hopefully not as much. Have we ever been like this? I'm sure we have. Anytime there's lots of opinions at the table, sometimes we're locking horns. Have we ever felt like this, where, wow, what a symphony. We've got a leader in front, really, and we're all in perfect formation. And last, visual, because I'm such a visual learner, I think about, okay, what about, are we ever just thinking strategically and thinking 4 moves ahead and thinking about our strategy and our maneuvers on a tactical level? So those are some ideas about how teams might show up. The truth is, the complexity of humans, your team looks like all of these things all of the time, and it's a pretty complex thing. That's why I do think that this particular framework helps us sort of break down how we're showing up and allows us to kind of make the complex a little bit more simple. And so we're going to start with this. This is where I'm going to stop talking as much, and hopefully you all can help join in. We're going to be looking at our the board's top 10 CliftonStrengths across all 4 of those domains that I showed you earlier. And I know it's a little bit of an eye test, but hopefully you can see pretty well how your top 10 strengths show up across this grid. And so the first question I want to pose to you is, as you're looking at that, what jumps out at you? What do you notice? It's a really it's on purpose, open-ended question. What do you notice?
The first thing I notice is the lack of green strategic thinking. We seem to be a few in that area, but that's what jumps out to me first is we have basically
Okay,
one
Butch,
of those in our
what's
top.
lacking? Okay, way to go, Butch. Way to be positive, Mr. Positivity.
I noticed
Okay.
that under Bill, there's a lot of green there under strategic. That's not surprising.
Nice, very good. Yes, he is heavy on the green. I love that. That's good. Good call out
Well,
for
I
your.
want to go back since I called out. I do recognize the lack of, but I love the positivity piece on there. So I mean, when I look at, I think we have a good mix on there. Being a relationship person, I'm glad that there's a lot of other blue in there as well.
Yeah, that's what caught my eye was honestly all the blue. I felt like being able to see all of us, I feel like just in these last 3 months, we've all really get along well and understand each other's point of view and where we're coming from. And I think that's really key of being able to go forward for the next 2 days, but then the next year of being able to have that relationship building, that positivity piece. I think it's going to be really key.
Yeah, I think you weren't here, but Kevin, when he started off, he asked us what sign would be on our door. And I think the part of the thing that was similar across the board was the positive nature
Nice.
of the board. So just to see it number 2 is not surprising based on just a little brief discussion this morning.
Very nice. Yeah, that really comes through really strongly. Awesome. What else do you notice? Any other takeaways here?
I was about to say, I think it's not surprising how heavy we are in executing, because I think we are all here because at our core, we want to make a difference.
We'll get something done.
Yep.
Yeah, I love that. There's definitely that vibe when I look at this grid of these people, are doers. They are able to find strengths, in some cases with different ones, but those purple themes really do help people complete work, push through projects, even if they're complex. And also, April, you're holding it down for the activators. Activators really like, getting off the mark and getting things going, even if it's not fully baked. Like, let's just get something in motion. And so that's nice. And we have 2 other people who have that in their top 10 as well. Nice. What else do you notice?
I was going to say the irony is not lost on the influencing, being that we're all elected officials. I think that's part of who we are. So,
Yeah, I like that. Well, there are people who have high communication, which I think that really comes to bear. It's a really nice talent to balance it out. One thing we like to say, I'm a certified, did mention this, I'm a certified CliftonStrengths coach. One of the things I was really taught to say when people point out where they might be lacking is to point people back to the top of what you do have. But don't focus as much of what you don't have. Let's focus on what we do have. And so the question would be, if you have fewer strengths in the influencing, which by the way isn't uncommon, and by the way also the strategic thinking, those are less common sometimes in people just generally. What do you have? What do you have when it's time to influence? It might be something in your executing domain. It might be something in your relationship building domain where you can basically make those strengths look like influencing strengths, because again, these are your sharpest tools. They're going to be more like a Swiss Army knife. You're going to be able to use those more readily and more with flexibility to make those things bear influence and or strategic impact. Okay. Next, we want to look at these top 5. Now we've gone boiling it down one layer. Let's just say we're reducing the liquid and saying now we're looking at top 5 CliftonStrengths for the board. And you can see that when you look at those, this is kind of a theme frequency kind of concept, where you can see positivity was the most frequent, and then arranger, then strategic, belief, connection, and then, communication, and then developer. So you can see there how that flows. And that really and if you look at it from this lens of top 5, you're really very balanced across all 4 domains. 31% of the team leads with executing themes, followed very closely by those relationship building themes at 29%, and then 20% influencing and 20% strategic thinking. So in my mind, this is actually a pretty well-balanced group, being able to kind of pull the levers on each of those strengths when you need to bring them to bear. I thought this was an interesting way to kind of flip that data in a different direction. And next, I thought it would be nice to talk a little bit about these top 5, because again, sharpest tools in the toolkit, how are we going to use these more intentionally to optimize your impact here in Johnston County? So first, arranger. How many people have arranger in your top 10? Top 10?
Arranger.
Several of you. Okay. Arranger, I want to read this definition just for anybody who might be listening. People exceptionally talented in arranger theme can organize, but they also have a flexibility about that really complements this particular talent. They like to determine how all the pieces and resources can be arranged for maximum productivity. The thing about arranger, though, it doesn't have to fit one particular way. You're like, oh, that puzzle can fit a different way. So I would love for someone who has arranger in their top 10 to maybe share how arranger comes into play for them. Anybody who has it as a
Anybody
strong
have it
thing.
higher than 4? Well, I'll let you go then.
Yeah.
Me?
Yep.
Well, I was thinking, as we looked at the lack of green in the chart and a lot of purple and a lot of blue, I think that all of us come from a background of we want to get things done, and there is an old saying about not having paralysis due to overanalysis, and so some of us, whatever the topic is, whether it's our day jobs or this, we want to get things done, and we need to put the pieces in place to get the objective accomplished. And we're not interested necessarily in over strategizing how to get there. We want it to be done, and not that that's always a good thing, but I think that's what you see in this is where we're coming from. We want to see projects accomplished.
I heard flexibility in that. I don't know if you heard that.
And I was going to echo what Mike was saying. I think with a lot of us having a ranger on there and also having a lot of new people on the board, the old saying of we've never done it that way doesn't necessarily scare us, but thinking of different ways to arrange things or different ideas of being able to, well, why, if this works, why don't we keep it that way? But then also I think we're also adaptable of let's mix it up.
Yeah, I think that I'm definitely hearing an element of flexibility again that comes into play. It's not somebody who just wants to do it the same way. Like, what else can we think of?
So I'm going to top that one because flexibility, adaptability is my number 1.
Yeah.
So being but when you throw in a ranger for me at number 4, there's a lot of loosey-goosey in me that I'm willing to listen to new ideas and say, okay, that's great. Okay, how do we get that to work and try it? So I see that across the board. I think we have ideas. We will hear, somebody will come up with an idea, we hear it, and then we're all working like, okay, how can we make this work? That's a great idea. Let's figure out how to make that work. And then, well, that may not work that way. Let's try it this way. So I think I see that in all of us when we come together and we're discussing things. And tomorrow, probably more as we get into the priority discussion, you'll see some of that feeding off of each other and being flexible and then saying, oh yeah, what Patrick said makes a lot more sense than what I was thinking.
Nice.
Let's try that. So.
Well, and this is on the fly because I'm responding to what people are saying, so there's a really interesting balance that you have here in your top 5. So that arranger and that flexibility is a really nice balance to what you have at number 3, which is belief. So people who have top talent of belief, let's skip to that one. It's people who have certain core values that are unchanging. Did you hear how that was different than what we were just talking about? So out of those values emerge a very defined purpose for their lives. So belief is one of these nice things that can, like, belief will balance out you being overly flexible, where you have to stay true to what the mission and vision of what the work you're supposed to be doing here, and holding those kind of like unchanging values. It sounds like you have a real steady, point, and then you can have some flexibility around it. So I really see those two as very complementary to each other, and it's a nice thing to see that particular balance. Does anybody have belief at the top where they can talk about how that shows up for them?
I've got it at 6. So yeah, you got, okay, there you go. We'll let you go again first, Mike.
Yeah. So I definitely have strong beliefs in a lot of the things that guide me, but at the same time, I am smart enough, I think, to know that there are things that I don't know. So I think that's one of the most important things about being on a board like this is understanding your weaknesses and understanding that there are things that you believe, but sometimes you believe things that aren't exactly correct. And having the expertise of a board this size, you can hear lots of other opinions, and sometimes you realize that, maybe you need to tweak a little bit of what you were thinking originally.
Love that. It's great. Mike, thank you for sharing that.
Yeah, and I think April said something this morning, maybe it's about the sign on the door, but the reason we're here is to make lives and do what's best for the people of Johnston County. So I think that's the core belief of all of us. We may have little different ideas of what that is, but I think that we all believe we are here to do what's best for the people of Johnston County.
I think that's a great example of belief and how you can use that as that guiding value. Love that. Okay, let's jump into the number 2, which is positivity. You don't think about positivity as a talent, but it really is. The blue talents that we saw, they're real powerful for being able to bring emotional tone and the right context to a conversation and to issues. These are the talents that really help hold a team together. So it's these are very important, and I can imagine that relationship building in your role is a very important part of the job of the board. So let's talk about positivity. People who have this theme have a contagious enthusiasm. They are upbeat and can get excited. They can get others excited about what they're going to do. That's an interesting thing when you think about your board job. Okay, so who has positivity near the top that wants to talk about how it comes to play for them? A lot of you do. Wow, look at that.
I'll be glad to go. The positivity is not only in the way we face the projects that we're working on, but being respectful of the other members and the mission of what we're here for, to serve the citizens. And so being positive in that we need to accomplish an objective, and how we get there is not necessarily as important as the end result and the delivering for the people that we serve. And so, personally, I just try to be a positive person. I try to look at things positively. I try to show appreciation to other people and let them know that what they're doing is making a difference. And I think our board is very positive as a whole in being respectful for each other and our different views and different ideas. There's 7 different viewpoints, but we all are able to come together in a positive way and move the ball forward to the end result. And I think that's what's really important.
That's great. I love that Patrick brought in that element of respect to positivity, because I think that's true. It has that flavor to it. It allows people to kind of, you see the best in situations. So that's great. Okay, we're going to go back to, sorry, we're going the wrong direction here. Let's go down to number 4, strategic. So we have several people who have strategic in their top 10. People exceptionally talented in this theme create alternative ways to proceed. Faced with any given scenario, they can quickly spot the relevant patterns and issues. So let's go to strategic. Someone who
We
has.
were talking about Tony earlier. I think Tony has shown his presence.
Nice. So Bill has this at number 1.
I want to say that I'm so thankful for people who have the strategic in them, because again, going back to the team, obviously, I have no green. So it means no green. So there's 2 of us with no green. But to know you're going into a situation which needs the strategic thinking piece, to know who on your team has that to bring into the situation and draw information from. To me, that's what the key to this whole thing is. But I am so thankful for all y'all with green.
Love that. You're welcome. Bill, how does strategic show up for you?
Strategic shows up for me from the standpoint that I'm the type of person that likes to solve problems. And I like to work with other people to solve those problems and bring input together into a common solution. I also like to take complex ideas and try to boil them down to simplicity so that they're easily understood. My entire career, I've always worked off of a plan. I think this board has done a lot in terms of trying to develop plans forward, such as we have a master plan for the government complex now. We have a capital plan. We have a long-range utilities plan. We have these goals clearly out there, and we can articulate what they are to basically our constituents. And I'm a firm believer that government works best when it's transparent, and the people you're serving understand why you do and say the things you do. They're much more willing to accept the path or the direction you're going on if they understand the why.
Very nice.
Bill, could you share your door sign with Jess, since she didn't get to hear it?
Pardon?
Your door sign, can you share that with her?
Yeah, my door sign was come with the facts, and always have a plan and a backup plan.
Wow.
There you go.
That's like talking from the strategic microphone, right? Like a plan and alternate ways to proceed, and have a plan A, a plan B, and that's awesome. I love that.
Well, the reality is, any plan is going to run into complications. So you need to be nimble and flexible, and already thought about what may happen is going to interrupt this plan and how would we address it so that you don't lose time or energy or momentum.
Wonderful. Well, I love that you all, like Butch said, can lean on each other. If you don't have a top talent, there's somebody on this team who does have it, which is really great to see. And Gallup calls that power pairings. You know, like I don't know who's old enough to know what Wonder Twins are. You know, you put those powers together and they amplify each other. That's what we want to be thinking about and that's why we look at strengths on a team grid. So you can understand a little bit more about what your teammates are bringing to the table, how you can leverage their talents if it's lower for you. You know, getting together and being thought partners in times like that is really important. So this is why I do think this is valuable. I'll make sure that you all get this grid. We can email it out to everyone so you can, as a reminder of people's top talents.
And I was going to say, too, to add it, since it's Ted's number 2, he's also the most experienced person on the board. So I think that's not only strategic, but he has twice as much experience as the next 2 of us in line on the board.
Yeah.
So that's a good combination in my book.
Yes, it is. And he's bringing the woo on top of that, which is fun. Now, woo is misunderstood. Woo stands for winning others over. People just think it's like woo, you know. I don't. But
that's what I thought it was.
It is.
I've spent my whole life with the woo.
I love it. So, somebody who can have that influence and set emotional tone for a group and bring people in instead of out. They're people who are, they're includers. So it's a nice talent to pair with your strategic.
Well, it's interesting earlier, and I don't know how these numbers got to where they were. It was a surprise to me, but my son called me in front of my grandsons this past weekend, Debbie Downer. Whatever the boys want to do, I've always, come from my age more than anything else. But I was on there as a positivity, and I always try to see the glass half full. But I guess when the teenagers of today start running against the beliefs that I hold dear, that's when that Debbie Downer comes in.
I can relate to that. That's great. Okay, last one. We're going to go look at our number 5, which is communication. So it's in the influencing domain. People who have this talent, they can generally find it really easy to put their thoughts into words. They are good storytellers. They're good conversationalists. They're great presenters. So would love to hear from anybody who has that talent. We have 3 people who have it in their top 10.
I had it in mind, but the thing that stuck in my mind was not the talent, as it was the blind spot.
Okay.
And I
You
looked
want to
at
talk
the blind
about that?
spot. Yeah, the blind spot on this one is sometimes you dominate the conversation and you don't open your ears and listen to other people.
Yeah, that's great. Yeah, that is by the way, just again for those that are new to this, one of the gifts of this particular assessment is the fact that they bring a more self-awareness to the blind spots of your top strengths. So Gallup says that a weakness isn't the stuff that's necessarily at the bottom of your list. It can, in fact, be the blind spot of the things that are at the top of your list because you are leading with those strengths so strongly that literally you have a blind spot related to them. So I love that you called that into the conversation today and think that that is some of the gold in this. And I hope other people have found that too. So,
I would agree with that. When you look at the list, going to the blind spots,
Yeah.
sometimes is even more enlightening than looking at the positive spots. I had a great story when this first rolled this out, and developer is one of mine, and I like to see other people succeed. And some of you on the board know that. So I've talked to you all the time about how great you're doing. And most of you, I do that too. But I had the downside is you don't always spend time on yourself. And my wife, who knows me all too well, had, before even any of this came out, had on our little Alexa reminder daily, what have you done for Kim and Butch? And that was, when I read that and of course showed it to her, she said, I told you. But so things like that that you don't it brings it to your attention, and adaptability. Some of that is maybe I'm not the best planner. I don't have a notebook full of stuff like one of us may have here with a list of things to do. But so that's the downside of that is I go in, I don't write down a plan for the most part. I have maybe something in my head, but it is interesting to look at the blind spots.
Yes.
And be aware of them.
Very good. Yes, I love that. Thank you all for embracing that because I do think that's one of the golden nuggets in this information that can help us, even old dogs can learn new tricks is what I found when I, started really diving into this for myself. I found that that's where I could make the biggest changes in my life, and it was impacting this. Being able to bring that self-awareness has impacted, again, both professionally but also personally, because all of this stuff applies to your personal life as well.
And I look at the two ends of the table on communication. They are, what is it, 1 and 4. But I think about what you do in your everyday lives, and I'll just say on the social media, your presence and communicating what you do. That's what you guys have to do to make a living, is communicate. So I'm not surprised at all to see that so high on your strengths.
Yeah, how does communication come into play for you, Michelle or April?
We're very different. Obviously in my job, my number one job is sales. Sales, marketing, your job is to communicate with as many people as you can about what you do, what your initiatives are daily. And then with running a team, there's constant communication that has to go back and forth to ensure that everybody knows the mission all day, every day. So I think communication for me is constant. You know, good or bad, it's something that I work on constantly.
Nice. Thank you.
I would just agree that I think it can come across as negative of wanting to, you know, you're all the one time talking or one trying to lead a conversation, but I feel like that's also where you have your strengths of trying to help move the conversation, and I think that kind of helps also in that executing style too of this is what I want to get done, this is my point, this is what I'm going to try to do. But then also on the flip side, kind of like April was saying, with a team, they're the ones that can help communicate the team of let's make this project happen, but then also trying to have that arranger and that relationship of communicating to each member of the team what are your inputs and wanting to make sure, and that arranger of let's make sure we're all on the same page and trying to make sure you have that communication, not just from yourself, but you're wanting that communication from all across the board and your members and your staff, and making sure everybody's on the same page and gaining that aspect and that insight.
That's great.
Well, and that's one of the reasons I said first thing, you know, for me it's important to remember I have 2 ears and 1 mouth for a reason, because, and I'm probably Michelle too, we were the ones, you know, talks entirely too much in class type of people. And so I have learned over the years that, you know, listening is a huge part of communication too, and not just waiting to tell somebody my next thought, to communicate what I'm thinking, but to listen as much as I am speaking.
I just went and taught the class. I mean, that's just what I wanted to do. Was I just didn't want to talk. I just wanted to lead the class. That's what I wanted to do.
I love that. That's great. And yeah, that's how it can be an influencing skill. I love that. That's great. Okay. So, you know, I had a couple of questions. I was thinking about this from the staff perspective, and I know you all had a chance to look at this as well. I'm curious, Rick and Jennifer, when you look at these top 5 themes, do you see these reflected in how you're experiencing your interactions with the board? And how does any of this information that we've been able to gather about the board help inform the work that you're doing here in Johnston County?
So for me, specifically, especially the members that have been on the board for a time, I was not surprised. There was no surprises. And what I knew in the short period of time that I've worked with some of the others, it was helpful because it helps me figure out what is the best way to convey, communicate, those sorts of things. Because I see my role, I'm here to help. I'm here to facilitate, execute policy. That's my job. And so to understand better what these styles are and what these strengths are and those sorts of things has been very helpful. Mr. Lauder and I had a lot of conversations about CliftonStrengths and the process before we ever started. And so it was, I had a little bit of a preview of at least what the different domains were and what the point of the project was. But I wasn't surprised, but it's really, for me, it's really interesting to see it all together. And I agree with you completely. When you look at all of the strengths, they're very well balanced. And I think that is one of the things that has made this board so effective and so efficient, because they do have particular strengths within each of the domains, but there's that relational piece that they all have that makes it work together. So it's been a fascinating process, and I appreciate that the board was willing to participate in that.
Great. Thank you, Jennifer.
That was well said. I think for me, taking this as well, I learned a lot about myself. Those blind spots really hit me right between the eyes.
They always do.
But your question about with the board, I agree with Jennifer 100%. Having those different colors emphasized all throughout, just I think we have an incredible board here, and I really can't add much more to what Jennifer said.
Yeah,
I think
thank
it's great.
you. Yeah, I'm glad that you all found it valuable. I think it's been interesting process for me. It's been an honor to work with all of you. I don't have any that don't have anything else to share. Does anybody have any questions, or anybody want to summarize anything for yourself related to this process?
I would just like to say, I think I like how it also showed your strengths, but then also the self-awareness aspect of being able to help those weaknesses to be self-aware of, I need to be more intent on those weaknesses that I have, but then also making sure you're using your skills to do that. So I think that's one thing that's been really eye-opening for me, is being able to see how can I use those strengths to bring up those weaknesses.
Yeah, that's wonderful. Thank you.
It's been really neat.
All right.
Yeah, and I would just want to add, we have plenty of time to talk. So for me, I've taken the test twice. I took it 4 years ago and then took it again. So, get that question a lot, does it change over time? And it did a little bit. I had one in particular that came way up, but I think it was one due to the different roles. But out of my top 5 that I took 4 years ago, I had the same top 5. They were in a little bit different order, but still the same top 5. The top 10, same thing. There was one new one in the top 10 that eked into the top 10, but my top 10 were basically the same. So, I mean, it's kind of, we are who we are. That's
That's right.
We are who we are, and recognize that and being able to work with it. I've learned a lot about who I am and why I do things that I do, and why my wife is more right about me than I ever thought she was, but she is. But also, again, working with that team, I mean, whether it's in my day job or here with the board, understanding where people are coming from and why they think different or do things different than me. It helps me understand that. But again, also bring in the people that I feel I need to be with to help make a decision, because when you're Mr. Positivity and you're running out there, I do this at work too, it's like, okay, I'm feeling really good about this. Somebody needs to put a check on me to help me figure out what it is I'm missing on this. So I'll go to somebody with some strategy or something and go look and say, hey, what am I missing here? So it's an opportunity, I think, to again, understand ourselves a little bit better, but also to understand our team better and help us to function. And at work, I've seen it. And again, if you can get a group of engineers who took a test 4 years ago to talk anything about it at all, that's pretty amazing. But to talk about it, I would say daily, is pretty incredible for a bunch of anybody, but engineers in particular.
Agreed. Yeah, I'm a big believer in this. This has had a real impact on our business. I hope it also has real impact here as you continue. This is a journey. It's not over. We want you to keep going with it. I think we sent you the podcasts that are associated with CliftonStrengths. I highly encourage you to listen to those. Listen to episodes on your top 5 strengths, so you can continue to uncover the layers of that talent, bring it forward more, be more intentional about it. It can make a huge impact for yourself and your ability to perform in your roles, but also, of course, for the people here at Johnston County. So thank you all for having me today. I appreciate it.
Well, thank you. I'm just glad we didn't ask questions of the 2 people in the back, our clerk and deputy clerk, to get their thoughts on or how we evaluated. So that's.
That might be eye-opening.
Yeah. Maybe we intentionally did that.
Pointing out some blind spots, right?
Yeah.
That's right. Thank you all.
Thank you, Jess.
Bye.
All right. Well, we're finishing up a little bit early. Any fillers of time that? They teach you out in theater school as well. Okay. Yeah. I know. All right. So if there's not, I guess, any objections, we'll take a little extended break and come back at 1 and listen to the presentation by Mr. Dorfman. All right. So we will recess until 1 o'clock. All right, welcome back. We will now resume our strategic planning session, and we have up next Dr. Jeff Dorfman, a professor of agriculture and resource economics at NC State. For those who want to say go Pack, go ahead and do that. Go Pack. All right, let's get that out of the way. And he is here to talk about the economic cost of land use decisions, which, as Commissioner Godwin just observed, is very appropriate for what we're doing in our UDO process. So, Dr. Dorfman, the floor is yours.
Thank you. And if it's not going to mess up the live stream too much, I'd like to wander. For sure. Okay. I don't like standing and talking before podiums, but I gather I need the mic just for the live stream. Yeah. Okay. Because I'm sure you can all hear me pretty well. So thank you for having me. Let me give you a little bit of brief background. I've been at NC State for 1.5 years. But before that, I was a professor at the University of Georgia for 34 years. During, at least certainly the middle of that time, Georgia routinely had 10 of the 20 fastest growing counties in the U.S. So I got into a big program of research and outreach on the economic costs of growth there, working with all these fast-growing counties. And so one of the things I'm going to talk about, and I'm sure you've talked about and heard about, is cost of community service studies, where we actually look where your money comes from, what sort of land use. Is it coming from residential development? Is it coming from commercial? Is it coming from farm or forest land? And where do you spend your money on service expenditures? What sort of land use is getting that money? And I've done, I think, more of those studies than anybody else in the country. I'm going to talk to you a little bit about sort of managing growth and how you might want to think about it. And in particular, this is my version, my growth version of the Serenity Prayer. So if you're familiar with the Serenity Prayer, this is, you'll see the parallels, right? So there's some growth that will come to your city or county whether you want it to or not. My common example for this is Walmart. Walmart wants to build a store in your community. You're probably not going to stop them. Okay? There's some growth that won't come to your city or county no matter what you do. The best example of this is I was working with a county in Georgia once, and we had a big spaghetti dinner to get citizen input, and there was a woman there who said what she wanted, what would be the epitome of quality growth for their community, would be if they could get an Olive Garden. Okay?
So I'm just going to say here in Clayton, it's a Chick-fil-A, so it's a Chick-fil-A. Yeah.
34 years at Georgia, I know people at Chick-fil-A. I can talk to Chick-fil-A.
There was a connection made.
And progress is being made.
Yeah.
This county, though, the county where the lady wanted the Olive Garden was a dry county. So they can't have an Olive Garden. Olive Garden's not going in where they can't get any money off bar sales. Okay, now Chick-fil-A you can get, see. Right? Then there's a middle ground. So the middle ground is the stuff that matters. That's where you want to spend your time. And that's the stuff that could be here in Johnston County, or it can be one county over, right? It's going to be somewhere, in a 60 or 100 mile circle probably, but you can push them away or you can kind of try and pull them in. And so that's where you want to focus. And there's a lot of that. There are a lot of projects. In fact, funnily enough, a lot of times the project developers and the companies don't even really know. In the county where I lived, a new Home Depot opened up about 10 years ago. And when it was time for the big grand opening celebration, they called what they thought was the local county fire department, said, hey, if you'd like to bring some fire trucks out for our grand opening, the kids would love it, and we'll let you have a boot drive. You can raise money for your charity organizations and stuff. And the fire chief had to tell them, I'm sorry, but you're not in our county. You're like 300 yards over the line into the next county. You got to call them. They didn't even know, right? They just knew where the rooftops were, right?
We have that same thing in Cleveland. That people think they have, some of them have a Raleigh address and people think they're Wake County.
That happens. Yeah. There are lots of places where the address is in the next county, and you got to make sure you're getting all your car registrations right. Because sometimes people will register their cars in the county with their address instead of the county where they actually live. And a county will steal some of the vehicle registration money. All right. These are some facts about land use, and in particular green space and farmland, that I like to tell people so that even if you don't care about farmland or green space for environmental reasons, you might care about them for economic reasons. So farmland, 1/6 of all jobs and 1/6 of the gross state product of North Carolina is related to agriculture, directly or indirectly. Like, that's producing it, that's processing it, that's the supermarkets selling it, that's the restaurants fixing food and selling it to us, turning cotton into t-shirts, et cetera, et cetera. These lands attract businesses and families. Not everybody wants to live in downtown Raleigh or Charlotte. There are people who like being able to drive by the fields and see the hay bales out there, or some cows or some horses. And in particular, lots of families do. And these lands provide a net surplus to local government, and I'll show you that you make money on them. Green space. So green space separate from forest and farmland, I'm thinking more parks, okay? But it can also be passive. It can be not a developed city or county park. It could just be a little lot or two that hasn't had a house built on it yet, okay? Green spaces increase property values of land by an average of 10%. Generally, we like to think of it as if you're within a quarter mile. Now, that doesn't mean you can build a park and it's going to pay for itself off the higher property tax you're going to collect off the houses around it. There's basically 2 parks in the United States that, as best we can tell, are self-financing that way, that the property around them pays enough extra property tax to pay for the whole park. And those 2 parks are Central Park in New York City and Golden Gate Park in San Francisco. And the trick is they're both big, so there's lots of properties around the edge, and those properties are insanely expensive in both cases, right? So it doesn't have a price, but it pays for part of a park. You get some of the cost of that park back. They also provide environmental amenities for free. The key one here is stormwater management. So I haven't looked at your budget closely enough to know how much Johnston County spends on stormwater management, but I would bet that whatever it is, it's rising every year. And 1 acre of trees in a place like downtown Raleigh can save $6,000 a year in stormwater management costs. In a more suburban location like this, you still can easily be talking $400 or $500 a year. That doesn't have to show up in your budget, right? You can't find that number anywhere because the whole point is it means you don't have to pay it. Okay? All right, so when I started working on growth issues in Georgia back in the 90s, everybody thought that residential growth was the best thing because I could take 100 acres of farmland that's paying me $1,000 a year in property taxes, and I could put 100 houses on it. And each one of those 100 houses would pay me more in property tax every year than the whole parcel was paying me when it was a farm. So this had to be good for the budget to get all this new tax revenue. And it took us a while to convince them that growing your tax base is only a good thing if the tax revenue goes up faster than your service expenditures. Okay? And unfortunately, when we turn farmland into houses, typically our service expenditures go up faster than our tax revenues. And Georgia figured this out in about 2005 when the real estate bubble burst and there suddenly wasn't all the new growth. It was kind of hidden for a while because the first year houses are built, you get a lot of extra money in building permit fees and things like that. All right, nationally, there have been over 200 studies done. These are cost of community service studies where we've reorganized the money and figured out where is it coming from and where is it going to. And on average, nationally, residential development pays in 87 cents for every $1 they get back. Okay? So on average, we're all freeloaders. Okay? But businesses are paying in over $3 for every $1 they get back. And farm and forest land is paying in over $2 for every dollar it gets back. Now your budget is balanced. So these things are balancing out. And I like to tell people, this doesn't mean you have to fix them, because where do the businesses get the money that they're using to pay in more than they get back? Businesses pay their taxes using money they got from their customers, right? Who are your residents in general. So in the end, people are paying it all. So really, in the end, we're paying in $1 and getting $1 back, but we don't notice the taxes that we pay that are hidden in the price of products we buy at the local stores, right? Which is why, with the greatest respect to the commissioners, which is why most places use this system. Because by keeping taxes on residents low and pushing some of the taxes onto businesses where people don't see them, it keeps voters happier. Okay? Politicians tend to like invisible taxes more than visible taxes. All right. So here are some results from around the Southeast. These are all studies that I did, and I'm going to show you some more North Carolina ones in a minute. But there's one North Carolina one here. So here you can see all the residential development rectangles are lower than $1. They're all short rectangles. So in every one of these places, Oconee County is where I lived in Georgia. It's right next to Athens and the University of Georgia, and it's sort of a classic bedroom community. Hall County is Gainesville, Georgia, so it's northeast of Atlanta, and it's a medium-sized city. Thomas County is South Georgia. Carroll County is west of Atlanta. Jones County is like a suburban bedroom community for Macon, Georgia. And then we've got Cherokee County is a big Atlanta suburban county. Cherokee would be very similar to Johnston County. Union County, North Carolina, right? That's southeast side of Charlotte. And then Leon County, Florida is Tallahassee. Okay? And then you can see that every place except one, Hall County actually manages to lose money on their businesses. But everybody else is making money on their businesses and generally making money on the farm and forest land. But this varies in two ways. These are averages. The first way it varies is by the price of your house. Okay? So as a house is more expensive, it actually does not cost the county much more money, if any, to provide services to a more expensive house. Your service cost for a house really depends on where is it located, how big is its lot, how far is it from our maintenance centers. Okay? So, for example, here in Cherokee County, if a house is worth over $200,000, the county makes money on it. Okay? When Cherokee County found out, I thought that's great. Now, they were losing money on average, but all their new development, all the new houses being built were more expensive than that. So they were fine. Then in Georgia, schools are in our separate budget. So I broke this out. In North Carolina, we'd combine this, but the same sort of effect would still happen. If a family moves into that house and sends more kids to your public school, then the house has to be worth more to break even. And so on average, for example, I would guess, just off the top of my head, in most counties like this one, in North Carolina, you're going to need a $500,000 or $600,000 house to break even if the house has 2 kids that go to public schools. Okay? Now that's a lot. Okay? And then 3 kids, you might need $1 million house. And then I usually tell people that if you have 3 or more kids that go to public schools, you should just spend most of your days walking around thanking everybody you pass by. Right? This is also why, and I don't even, it will be interesting to see, I suppose, what happens as I continue to get older, but I'm already pretty old, and so far this hasn't changed. I'm often accused of not being very senior citizen friendly, because I point out this also is a very good reason why our senior citizens should continue to pay property taxes to contribute towards the public schools. They often ask for some sort of exemptions or lower tax rates since they are no longer sending kids to public schools. But as I like to point out, they probably still owe from when they did send kids to public schools, right? Most of us don't live in $600,000 houses. But But that can still work because we may pay our property taxes for 5 or 10 years before we have kids in the public schools. Then we pay taxes while the kids go to the public schools, and then we keep paying taxes after our kids are no longer in the public schools. All right, here are some more North Carolina results. So we've got in blue, Orange County, red, Chatham County, and green, Wake County. Okay, so I thought in particular Orange and Chatham were pretty good comparison counties in a lot of ways. And you can see in all three cases, losing money. Chatham's County is the closest. They're getting 90 cents from residential development for every dollar it gets back. Orange County is down at 76 cents. And then you can see they're all making money on their commercial, and they're all making a little money on agriculture. You don't really need to worry about the agricultural rectangles that much, because even if you're making money on your farmland, it won't be enough to really make a difference. Both the revenues and the expenditures will just be really small. Okay? The real money is, it's really just a story of you lose money here and you make it back over here. All right, so what can you do about this? I mean, obviously, one thing you do is make new homes that are built here be more expensive, right? But that's not really a good policy strategy, okay? So what else can we do? Well, the first thing here, cost of service goes down by 50% the rate of land use. So in the picture here, can everybody tell what we're looking at? You're looking straight down on rooftops. Okay? Does this look like a nice neighborhood? Who wants to live in this neighborhood?
That one person who has the nice yard right there in the middle. Maybe
Oh, this one right here.
Yeah, the one. Yeah.
Yeah. So they all have what are considered very nice yards. This is Orange County, California. Okay? This is probably actually about a mile from where my wife grew up. Those are 3,000 square foot houses on 4,000 square foot lots.
Wow.
And this is a very desirable neighborhood because it has big lots. Okay. Most people do not want, so 4,000 square foot lots, that's 11 to an acre. Okay. Think in Raleigh, that would be a normal density for townhouses. Okay. So this is packed in. You stagger the air conditioners between the houses, because if both houses put the air conditioners side by side, you couldn't walk between the two houses. Okay? But it's really cheap to provide services, okay? Because you've only got 30 or 40 feet of road per house. You've only got 30 or 40 feet of water pipe and sewer pipe per house to maintain and install, right? You've got paying customers every 50 feet. The school bus stops at the corner, picks up kids, and by the third corner, it's full and it's off to school. Okay? And the school's only a mile away or half a mile away. So this essentially makes the residential rectangles taller by reducing the service expenditures per house. Avoid leapfrog development. If a builder goes down the road past 3 miles worth of farms and plunks a bunch of houses, that means all your infrastructure and maintenance is driving down those miles of roads with no paying customers trying to get there, right? Your sheriff's cars, everybody, okay? Infill redevelopment, much better for new development because you've already got infrastructure there, right? Multifamily, in terms of affordable housing, multifamily is a much better deal than single family, okay? Multifamily doesn't mean you're going to build high-rise condos like they're doing in downtown Raleigh. It can be very nice duplexes. It can be quadplexes. It can be a low-rise 2 or 3 story building with 6 or 8 units. Okay? But it reduces your service costs a lot and makes it possible for even very affordable residential development to be break-even for local government. Okay? When I say the last one, design so service costs are low, I think always about a neighborhood I saw in Leon County, Florida, north of Tallahassee, that was sort of a wetland swampy area, and there were environmental restrictions that they could only build like one house per 5 acres in this area to protect the environment. But the way they did that, what we often call a conservation subdivision, where they clustered the homes up near the road. So they built a lot of short little cul-de-sacs. The homes look like they're on about 1/3 of an acre lots. But in reality, they have like 3 or 4 acres worth of backyard, all of them. But because the houses are close to the road and they're close side by side, it didn't take that much road, it didn't take that much water pipe, it doesn't take that much sewer pipe, much lower cost of service. You can also do mixed-use development, okay? This is in Atlanta, and this is retail on the bottom and residential on the top, and this is probably not coming to Johnston County anytime in the next few years, but it's not never either, people. My office is 30 minutes from here, and NC State campus is not even on the near side of Raleigh, right? In California, and a lot of other places in this country, you are already well inside a normal commute zone, right? You can get from here to downtown Raleigh in under 30 minutes, and in Washington, D.C., that is considered a dream commute. So this could be here, but certainly other sorts of things. You can't go mixed kind. And then the final thing I want you to think about, and then I should have time for questions, because I figure that's better than me talking, is because I'm telling you more expensive houses help you break even, and you're going to lose money on less expensive houses, it's important to keep that in context. So yes, you are likely to lose money on affordable housing. That doesn't mean you can't or shouldn't do it. Athens-Clarke County, so a county in Georgia with 120,000, I think, population, had me help them crunch the numbers, and they figured out they could build 1,000 new affordable houses. They'd lose money on every single one, but they have enough residents to spread that cost across that the average homeowner's property taxes would only go up $4 a year. Right? So if you tell your residents, if you ask them to pay $4 a year extra so that teachers and policemen and firefighters can actually live in the community with you, most people would probably say, yes, I'll pay $4 extra, right? So yeah, you're going to lose money on them. That doesn't mean you can't afford to do it. Just means you can't only do projects where you lose money. That's really the important thing, right? Is that you're going to do things that have offsetting social benefits that you're going to lose money on. You just need, at the same time, to make sure you're also adding some of those nice, tall commercial rectangles where you're bringing in some new businesses that you're going to make money on. All right. And I'm happy to take questions.
So I think the first one for me, going back to the Orange and Wake, and so I'm assuming they all had the cost of community services done, and those are numbers from those?
Yes. Those are the ones I've been able to find so far. So unfortunately, NCDA, who sort of has funded a lot of these studies, puts the ag numbers up on their website, but not the other numbers. So I'm slowly tracking down the studies and trying to get more North Carolina numbers.
Okay, yeah, because I know that for several years I have seen the reports and wasn't sure how local governments use them. So I think that I've talked to people across the state and who have done one in Wake County recently and said, "What are y'all doing with it?" And they're like, "We don't know."
Okay, so I can tell you what you should be doing with them, or what other places are doing with them. So 2 things. First, they're often used when it's time to update your long-range comprehensive plan.
Bingo.
Okay? So they may give you a reason why you want to keep certain areas in agricultural use, and also why you are going to zone some areas as industrial or other forms of commercial use. Okay? They give you a reason to set some priorities on how your land use has to change over time so that you can keep taxes low for your residents, right? I get asked all the time, like, what's the right mix of land use after you've shown us all these numbers? Tell people, I can't tell you that. I don't live here. It's up to you to decide. You tell me what you want. I just tell you how high your property taxes are going to be. Okay? If you want to be a bedroom community and block all those tall rectangles from moving in, you can do that. But you're going to have really high property taxes. Okay? And there's some places that still choose that. Okay? So the first thing is long-range comp plan. And then the second thing is it does actually give you a number. You can use these to actually come up with a number of how much you're making or losing as a county on any particular proposed development. And there are places that use studies I've done for them that put that in the commissioners' packets. When you're voting on, when the Planning Commission, the Board of Commissioners are voting on rezonings or approvals for projects, they will actually see the number. Over the next 20 years, you're expected to make or lose this much money off this development. A lot of places use that when businesses come to them and say, we want to open in Johnston County. We're going to employ 500 people. We're going to invest $25 million in our facilities. We'd like you to abate some of our taxes. So if you've got some of these numbers, then you can look up, well, how much are we going to make off them? And if you're going to make $1 million over the next 20 years on the business and they want $500,000 in tax breaks, you can think about it. If they want $5 million in tax breaks and that's not, you're never going to make that off them, you're probably going to say no.
So how is, and I hate to jump right in the weeds, but so is that, as part of, I'm assuming, the application process, is it the developer that brings that number and then the board verifies, or is it the local government who would calculate to see if they're meeting that number?
Cost of community service study usually just gives you these rectangles.
Right.
But you can go a step farther and do a fiscal impact model. And in a fiscal impact model, so the way this works is I meet with all your department heads. And I ask them, where's the money going on your service expenditures, right? What are you spending on roads for? Who's using the parks? Who's using the libraries? Sheriff, where are you having to go on calls? Are you going to people's houses? Are you going to businesses? So we track it all down. If we ask specific questions about business types, we can also build a fiscal impact model where it's just a big Excel spreadsheet. And it will actually have different development types. Retail, big box retail, sort of professional office park, corporate headquarters, industrial, medical, hotel, all that stuff's in there. And so you just specify. So the developer tells you, I want to build a 100-room hotel, or I want to build a 10,000 square foot industrial facility. And you can plug the parameters into the spreadsheet and it estimates how much you're going to get in taxes and how much you're going to spend on providing services over the next 20 years on that development. So it's not perfect, but it's a pretty good approximation.
It's a good tool in your toolbox.
It's another tool in your toolbox. It's certainly, you don't want to only make decisions based on that one thing.
But it helps them guide.
Yeah, but it lets you weigh the community benefits, right? I'm an economist. My job is to put things in dollars and cents. We all know, though, that not everything in life can be turned into dollars and cents. I mean, if that were true, I made a big mistake when I had a kid, right? Because a lot of dollars.
Lost money on that, Doc.
I lost a lot of money on that. We'll see whether she takes care of me in my old age. But that's your guys' job, right? So you look at that dollar and you also look at the soft benefits and costs, the social community impact. So it's not that this is the be-all or an end-all, but it can be another tool. And that's what, there are definitely places that use it that way. A number of places in Georgia I know routinely include the number or in discussions of tax breaks and things.
Any in North Carolina yet?
I've had some talks with Wake County, but I don't think they're actually using it yet. I think Union County may have been, but I did the study for them a long time ago, and I don't know if they still are. Right? Commissioners change, county managers change, and eventually my study's just sitting on a shelf somewhere and everybody's forgotten about it. So I don't know an example in North Carolina where I'm sure, but there is, I mean, there's a firm in North Carolina, in Asheville, a sort of planning consulting firm, that I know does very sophisticated fiscal impact models. And they're definitely doing some work in North Carolina, so somebody's getting at least the tool.
Mm-hmm.
Let's go to your last slide. I have a question about that.
This one?
Affordable housing is a
Yep.
fiscal drain on local governments.
Yep.
And I already knew that based on my own research, but we're in a climate right now in our state where the Home Builder Association is a strong lobby, and they're pushing, says you need to force local governments to allow us to build more affordable housing.
Yes.
And our General Assembly is going down that path. They even went so far 2 years ago, almost stripping all 100 counties of their zoning authority and vested up at the General Assembly, really at the local level, just so that they could force us to build more affordable housing.
Mm-hmm.
And they're also talking about possibly limiting how much we can raise but capping our property taxes after a reevaluation to no more than 3%.
Yep.
And our state also does not allow local governments to charge any kind of impact fee for development. So they're trying to hamstring the counties, local governments, into going down a path that's going to build basically medium to low quality housing that doesn't generate the type of tax revenue you need to do positive tax revenue, nor is it attractive to bring in the offsetting type of growth that to generate that. I'm just curious why this argument about you've got to have affordable housing is getting so much traction today.
Okay. I will do my best to answer the question. So I think, first, I have to admit I'm amazed by the state legislature stuff, because a huge difference between Georgia and North Carolina is in Georgia, the counties seem to have much more power. Home rule is taken much more seriously, and the legislature would be scared to death of crossing the Association of County Commissioners and passing some of the stuff they passed here in North Carolina. So I have been surprised by some of that. The answer comes down to, so the 4 years before I came here, I was Governor Kemp's state economist. So Governor Kemp appointed me in Georgia as the state economist. So I was working for him. And the thing I told him all the time was, Governor, it's really great that you had that press conference yesterday and you bragged about how you're bringing in this new employer. It's going to build this giant factory and it create 5,000 jobs. But you're creating more jobs than we've got people to fill them, right? The unemployment rate right now is 4%. There's nobody left in North Carolina to fill any of these new jobs. So the reason the state wants more affordable housing, the reason Georgia wants more affordable housing, the reason every place wants more affordable housing is the only way you can get new businesses with those tall rectangles is you got to also bring in new people. So I spent a lot of time talking to the governor about, you can't just bring in jobs, we got to bring in people, okay? And one of the reasons that North Carolina has actually competed so successfully with Georgia over the last few years is because you had, in many places of North Carolina, more affordable housing than we had in the sort of place in Georgia that company was trying to decide between. It's a little hard to believe, given the run-up in home prices here in North Carolina, that this could still be sort of more affordable than other places, but it is. But the huge surge of population that we've had in North Carolina, right? North Carolina is number 2 state in the country, or number 3, depending on how you measure it, in getting people to move here, okay? And the one that's clearly beating them is Texas, and that's just because they're so big. On a percentage basis, North Carolina is beating Texas. On a percentage basis, I think the only states that are beating North Carolina are Tennessee and South Carolina. And they can do that because they're off a much smaller population base. So that bigger percentage is many fewer people, right? You can't keep growing the state economy if you don't keep getting people move here. So everybody's worried about we need affordable housing because we need these people to keep moving here, and they won't choose us if we don't have affordable housing. Now, that doesn't mean I like the way the legislature is going about trying to do that, but that's why they're doing it. Because they want to give tax breaks to these big employers to come here, brag about bringing in all these jobs, and they know it won't work if there isn't a place for the people to live.
But doing that when you hamstring the local government to be able to provide the tax base and services to support this is counterproductive.
I agree. I'll tell you the policy I like. The policy I like is one that Utah has pioneered, which is basically if you as a county are working with the state government to attract some new employer, right? So you're providing some tax breaks, the state's providing some tax breaks, maybe you're giving them land in one of your industrial parks, whatever it is you're doing, right? Then you have to agree that you're gonna rezone, permit, whatever it takes, X affordable houses for every one of those jobs. So if you're getting 1,000 new jobs, it would probably be like 500 or 600 new houses. And the price of those houses has to match the wages of that new business coming in. So if you're getting a business that's gonna be paying people $50,000 a year, $25 an hour, okay, then the house has to be $175,000 or whatever, that would roughly work. Okay, so that to me makes sense. You can say, no, you know what, then we won't take this business. We don't want this employer here. And it doesn't mean you have to block them. It just means you're not giving them a tax break. But if you incentivize somebody to come to your community, then you have to also provide a fair share of the housing. That seemed fair and balanced to me. No other restrictions on how you do it. Just the affordability of the houses has to match the wages of the jobs. You could figure out whether that's apartments, duplexes, single-family homes, where it's going to be located, any other restrictions on it. So that's my personal favorite, but I don't know other places that are doing that yet.
So this is, and this is really fascinating. I appreciate you presenting it. One of the things that I have struggled with in this is, coming from a business perspective, one of the first things that we did is we look at traffic counts and rooftops and median income before you don't get a Target or the Chick-fil-A that Clayton's wanting without having enough people to support it and having a workforce. And so, that argument has been brought up many times before about the cost of service for residential versus exactly what you're talking about. But you don't get one without the other. And so that's the part that I struggle with, is you can't stop all the residential and expect to continue to get the commercial growth that everybody wants.
There was a funny anecdote of my life studying this thing is, my stuff is basically often used by people to say, see, you really shouldn't be approving all this new housing, which is not really what I'm saying. I'm saying every community has a ratio of residential to commercial that's working for them. If you stick with that ratio, you should be fine. You just can't try and block all the businesses so that your residential is rising and your business is shrinking. But still, people tend to think of me as the person who says you got to be careful about getting just residential, no commercial. And then the newspaper wrote a story about this and also interviewed the mayor of this city that was getting all this residential, no businesses. And what he said was, I totally understand that, but I need to get to a certain number of rooftops where I can attract the businesses. So my goal is I'm trying to grow as fast as possible so that I can get to that point and bring in the businesses before I go broke. So he knew the whole thing, right? He'd figured it out, and he's like, well, I can't get from A to B without that risk, so I'm just gonna try and sprint there as fast as I can and hope we hang on until we get enough rooftops that the businesses just follow. Because you're right, if you're Wake County, you don't have to think about this at all. If you had 1,000 more people in Wake County, you automatically get an extra restaurant, an extra gas station, and an extra strip center, right?
Well, we saw a presentation this morning that demonstrated that 76% of our workforce leaves the county every day to work elsewhere, predominantly in Wake County. So are they getting the benefit of our rooftops?
No. So here's what I can tell you about that. And this is a common problem in states like North Carolina and Georgia with fairly small counties, right? It just isn't that far to drive across county lines. So the trick is when they're driving home at night from that job in Wake County, is the supermarket they stop and shop at in Wake County or Johnston County? Is the gas station going to be in Wake County or Johnston County? If they're shopping in Wake County too, then you're in big trouble. Okay? Because then those rectangles got even shorter because you're not even getting their sales tax dollars. But if you can, I tell people there's no actual way to accomplish this, but in my sort of dream world as a benevolent dictator, right? The shopping would be in a ring around the edge of the county, and the houses would all be more towards the center. So that if anybody's driving out of county, they got to pass those stores, and they're on your side of the line, right?
Yeah.
So that's the key. If you've got the shopping and they're shopping here, it's okay that they're working someplace else. Obviously, you'd love a lot of the jobs to be here too, but at least get the sales tax.
Two things. I feel like one of the things we have failed to discuss with the increase in population, not just due to us, creating more jobs within our county, but in addition to, especially since COVID, the amount of people who have decided to relocate to North Carolina because they're working remotely. So commuting is no longer an issue for them. We're seeing a wider transition of retirees. I feel like, we're the new Florida as far as where people choose to retire. So along those lines, what in my opinion we're seeing, Commissioner Stovall too, is those are the ones who are absorbing what we would typically have the housing for our local workforce. So the ones from other states are relocating here, and they are looking at the same properties that, someone like myself, born and raised, wanted to move up into or wanted to buy as a first home. And so that's where we're having the inventory issues, creating the need for more workforce housing. It's not just the industries, the jobs that we have here, or necessarily the people commuting. It's all the new people that are coming as well, and that's something I don't know how we stop. But along those lines, you brought up this slide just before this with a lot of the multi-use developments as far as, with the retail on the bottom and the residential on the top. Why do you feel, and maybe this is just my impression or opinion, why do you feel like many counties or areas stray away from doing this type of development until it's essentially forced? I feel like we don't see a lot of this until you get to a place where we only have this much land to work with, and how can we maximize its potential, instead of maybe doing more projects that are multi-use like this, if they are the highest yield for a piece of land, for instance. Why do you feel like a lot of areas or counties don't do more of this proactively? Instead, I feel like you see a lot of this reactively.
Sure. So first, I think very perceptive points about who's sort of competing for the houses. And in fact, one of the ways that North Carolina is in a tougher spot than Georgia. Georgia, I think, particularly Atlanta, has become a magnet for people moving from other southern states. If you're living in Mississippi or Alabama, even Florida, and you're interested in a tech job or a finance job, you may move to Atlanta. North Carolina is attracting people from New York and Austin and California and Boston, a lot of high-tech places not in the South. And those people come here and they see a house that's only $2 million and think it's cheap, right? And they are running up all the prices because they have no conception of the local property values and are just essentially overpaying and making all the rest of us pay more. In terms of the mixed-use development, the reason we don't see more of it sooner is because of community opposition. People come and talk at the Planning Commission and Board of Commissioner meetings and oppose these projects. They say, we don't want those businesses nearby. We want this to be a single-family residential community. Everybody in the U.S., well, not everybody in the U.S., the vast majority of people believe higher density development will lower their property values if it's built nearby, right? If you build multifamily near my single-family house, my prices are going down. If you build less expensive houses near my house, my prices are going down. Economists, planners, architects, city planners, we've all looked at this. There's no proof that's true. If you build a 20-story high public housing high-rise next to my single-family house, yes, it will lower my property values. But unless you go that crazy, it doesn't. But everybody thinks it does. So this gets fought against. And so does putting up a little sixplex near the single-family housing, or even neighborhoods. There's a neighborhood in Kannapolis. Cluster homes and sort of townhomes, but they're brick, 4 sides, $400,000, $500,000. They're nice. And there's just sort of like 30 or 40 of them in a row, and across on the other side of the street is like a nice linear park so you can walk your dog or your kid. And down at the end of the street, there's a little restaurant and a salon and a dry cleaners. It's still kind of mixed use, even though it's not above. The same developer did the whole thing. Dual income couples working in the research park there love living in that place. But a lot of people would fight against that sort of thing.
And do you see, sorry to piggyback on that, do you see the same thing? And I think when we hear multifamily, we all think tenant occupied, but there is multifamily that is owner occupied. We've got a condo community right around the corner that has been a great starter home for many people. They actually got to buy these condos and invest in them. Do you think that's one of the misconceptions, as well as everybody assumes that none of these multifamily properties have any owner occupants in them, that they're all for rental purposes?
Maybe. I certainly am familiar with many local governments where you can come in and propose condos, but if you say the word apartment, you are immediately dead in the water. So that is part of it, I think. But even then, I think it's a misconception. And an interesting thing is, when you build the multifamily, you get fewer public school kids per unit. So you actually, right, it essentially affects the height of the rectangle, because your service costs are automatically going to be lower. I tell people, if you have 2 bedrooms or less, you don't get kids. You give people a 3rd bedroom, they suddenly have kids. It's unclear to me what they were using the 2nd bedroom for, why the kid couldn't go in the 2nd bedroom, but the kid apparently cannot go in the 2nd bedroom. You need 3. Yes, sir.
We've heard some very good speakers today, Dr. Dorfman, and we'll hear more. But we needed to hear you today. Thank you.
Well, thank you.
I think I'll agree. I think this presentation is very helpful whenever it's, because like I said, right now we're working on our UDO update, our comprehensive land transportation plan, all of these things that are in progress right now. And I think this is definitely going to be helping to be able to help update those plans and have this in the forefront of our minds whenever it goes time to hopefully enact those plans and put them into action. So thank you again for being here.
And I'm just 30, 40 minutes up the road.
And you're welcome back anytime.
Yeah. Maybe we'll get you more down here more often. But I did have a question. So we've talked about the county as a whole, but can we take this process and look where, let's say, our land use plan we just updated, and look at specific districts and decide we would rather have development in this area than this area? Have you used that?
So you can use these studies to break counties into geographic areas if you think your service costs really differ across them. So particularly in larger counties, sometimes if all your facilities are centrally located, there could be places that are significantly farther away, and so your service cost really is higher if I've got to go out to this outlying area of the county, because all my people have to drive 20 or 30 minutes to get there, right? So you can do that. And what I usually tell people is, if you want development to happen in a particular area, you have a lot of power to steer it, right? Development does not have to be sort of an antagonistic process. It can be cooperative. If you improve some roads, if you run a new water and sewer line in the area that you want to have growth, the developers will all happily follow you along and build right where you want them to build, if it means they don't have to pay to put in the water and the sewer and the roads. right? And there are definitely places in Georgia that have been very successful doing that. Just methodically expanded their infrastructure to support development in the places they wanted, and thereby squeeze out a lot of the leapfrog development that's so expensive for you to provide services to, because the developers just don't want to bear the extra cost. So yeah, you can definitely play a win-win game there.
Okay. Any other questions?
I had a question, sorry.
All right, go ahead.
Whenever with all the work you're doing in Georgia, I know we've seen the presentations today, and a lot of the data shows of us being more of a bedroom community. Do you see where, if you're coming in with still the mixed-use development and some of those other businesses to help draw it in, even as there's still people here, but also trying to make sure you have enough people for the employment? Because I know it's like that balancing act of you want businesses to come, but you also need a workforce, but then at the same time, there's already a bunch of people already here to get them to go to a different job or come to a different job.
So an interesting thing is, one thing that has changed because of COVID is how easily and frequently people are willing to change jobs. COVID caused this gigantic reshuffle, and people are used to that now. So you may have 76% of your people crossing the county line right now to go to work. But if you brought a big new employer in that fit the skills of those people, right? It's no good if they don't have the skills, but if they have the skills, will they give up their 40-minute commute into Raleigh to work 10 minutes from their house? Yes, they will. My son-in-law is changing jobs next month, and a big part of the reason is shorter commute. So those workers are not permanently gone, right? And I think it's much easier to pull them back now than it was before.
So my takeaway from this is we really need to find a balance of all of this to make it work. And the loss in residential is really an investment to bring in the commercial and industrial. Is that a fair statement in doing that?
Or bringing in the commercial industrial allows you to have the loss in the residential.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, that would be better timing, but as you said earlier, you can't always do that
Right.
order. Sometimes you got to bring in the residential first and hang on till you get the commercial.
I was taking that from the example you gave from it was a mayor or a governor that was bringing in
Yep.
as many rooftops as they could to try to
Yep.
build an attractive environment for the businesses to come.
Yeah,
Okay.
definitely.
Okay, thank you.
Sure. And I mean, I think one advantage you have is it's very clear from your location that unless you worked really hard to stop it, the rooftops are going to be here, right? Nobody's going to have any doubt of that. So businesses are going to see that, and they're going to be willing to come a little ahead of schedule, probably.
That assumes, of course, we got any water and sewer left to provide to them.
That it is very important to have water and sewer, yes. I mean, there's lots of places that have stayed bedroom communities for decades simply by denying sewer, right? Businesses can't come in on a septic.
Yes, and we have allocated the majority of our utility capacity to residential, so there's very little left at present to attract new industry until we invest in it and build it, which is a very expensive proposition.
Yes, it is.
So I guess I'll say the final question. So we have a lot of discussion about preserving farmland, and so in Georgia, what have you seen that these numbers help in
that works?
providing that? Yeah.
I mean, these numbers give people a little bit of a reason to realize that there is an economic advantage to preserving farmland. These numbers are also very good for showing that the tax breaks that farmland gets are deserved, that even after the tax breaks, they're still paying in more than they're getting back. But the thing that helps, I'm not sure these things sort of help and support, but the big thing that helps is when you're doing that UDO, when you're doing your long-range comp plan, and when you're doing the future land use maps, you got to keep the ag areas from getting too many houses. Once people get scattered through there, it's very hard to farm profitably, and you're going to lose the rest of the farms. And so the thing I tell people the most is the worst thing you can do typically is to try and protect the rural character, is the commonly used phrase, of your rural areas with a minimum lot size. So a lot of places want to do 2-acre minimum or even 5-acre minimum out in the ag district for houses. And that's not a big enough lot to stop anybody from building out there, and it just means they eat up more land. So really, you want to let people build houses on the smallest lot size that infrastructure supports. So if you have water and sewer, that means basically no minimum lot size. Doesn't mean everybody lives in a condo or in a cluster house. The builders will figure out what people want, and they won't build all townhouses if people want single-family houses. But if you force people to use 2 acres when they really would have been happy with 1/3 of an acre or a 1/2-acre lot, you're chewing up your farmland faster than you needed.
All right. Thank you for that. And,
Sure.
and thank you for coming. I do want to give a special thanks to Bryant Spivey with our
Yes.
co-op extension office, because he's the one who contacted me while you were speaking, I think at a state conference, and said, you need to get him down here to talk to you. So thank
It was pretty impressive. In the middle of my talk, Bryant had this set up before I finished speaking.
That is a true statement. He did. We had communicated it during your talk, and
Yep.
I had you as soon as you got out. We had you signed up, so that was good.
Yep.
Thank you for
All right,
cooperating.
well, thank
with
you
us.
for having me. I appreciate it.
All right,
Thank you.
Thank you.
Very good. Thank you.
All right. Next up, it is another common thing for us at these. We have Davenport here to give us an update on our finances, and I'm just going to say Kyle and Austin because I can't say Locks or But we are glad to have you here. At some point, it looks like I would learn how to pronounce your short last name.
And we appreciate being on a first-name basis.
Yeah.
Most of the time in school, it would kind of start with Kyle, and I'd just stick my hand up.
Yeah.
Yep, I'm here. So Austin here, Austin Sachs. I'm going to kind of work my way out here. My colleague will give you a hard copy of what's on the screen.
Thank you.
Very good. And so, Mr. Chair, members of the board, nice to see you. I think this is probably 20, 25 years running of you inviting us to these annual planning sessions and work sessions, which those of you that we know well, we appreciate over all those years. And those that are new to the board, new to us, look forward to meeting you and working with you more. You've got a fantastic county. So again, Kyle Laux with Davenport, colleague Austin here will do a little bit as well in terms of the talking, so you don't have to listen to me the whole time. But what we were asked to do today is come give a annual financial update. We'll go through a bunch of slides, happy to answer questions as we go. But I think big picture, the county is in very good financial shape. So before we go through all the details and everything else, you are in very strong financial shape. You have the strongest possible credit ratings that you can have. That's been a big coup for you and a big achievement as a county. So we'll talk about those and what the rating agencies care about, because a good series of explanatory measures of why they care about those things. But again, before we go through anything else, you're in very good shape. We'll talk through how it is we think, at least, subject to you with the board and your staff, you maintain that really strong financial position. That's always a trick. There's always challenges. There's always more needs than maybe you can take on. And so to us, that's really the trick right now, is how do you make sure you continue to be in such good shape? So again, a little bit of background. We've had the good pleasure to work with the county for about 25 years, which again, we really, really appreciate, and we take that very seriously, and always good to be on a first name basis. So when you started, your credit ratings, again, we'll talk a lot about those. You were in the A range, which at the time was a great place. Very solid, strong investment grade credit ratings 25 years ago, but obviously now you are now at the AAA level. That is the highest that you can be And we'll talk about why that is. Over that 25 years, per our numbers as we've pulled them, they're getting a little fuzzy towards the early years. You've financed about $660 million in capital investment. This middle bullet point here, you've saved probably about $30 million by virtue of having those credit ratings getting stronger over time. That's an estimate. You can't ever exactly predict that, but it's about $30 million is sort of our best guess at it. We've also, as a county, refinanced existing debt, and that's saved definitively about $45 million. So we're going to talk a lot about credit ratings, why they matter, what the rating agencies care about, but clearly at the forefront of it all, it is a money saver to the taxpayer to have those very strong credit ratings. That just gives you a couple data points as to why that matters. In terms of recent activity here, you as a county at noon today, so right as we were eating lunch, we actually closed on this $100 million, which is a 2025 general obligation bonds. They were sold competitively a couple weeks ago. The interest rate on that was about 3.4%. And so you've locked in another financing over a 20-year time period with a fixed interest rate at about 3.4% for an even $100 million. Rick and I were joking earlier, if you go back 25 years, we couldn't have conceived of financing $100 million at the time, but your county has grown into that. And so the size of your tax base, the size of your revenue base supports that. And so congratulations on that. You can see what it was for in terms of basically all school projects. That's been the primary component of your capital program for a number of years. And so again, a successful financing closed literally just right at noon here. So congratulations and congrats to the team with Chad, Martha, and Kathy and everybody really running the show there. We're also in the process right now of financing what we call a LOBS, a limited obligation bonds, kind of an awkward terminology there, but that's what that stands for. $30 million, that's for some community college projects, including Advanced Manufacturing Training Center and improvements to Cleveland High School. So that is in process. In about a month, we'll be in the market, subject to LGC approval next Tuesday. So clearly a very busy time period, but by virtue of your credit ratings, your financial standing, the markets are in good shape. You're able to do this in a cost-effective and sustainable manner. So a little bit about what we'll talk about today. Again, you're in very strong financial shape. We'll talk about how we think we continue to be in very strong financial shape. We'll use some of the rating agency commentary to pull out some specific concepts in there, talk about what they care about when they're coming up with those credit ratings. We always like to talk in the third bullet point there, things that are within your as a board's control as it relates to the finances and the credit ratings. There's a couple things that aren't directly within your control on a day-to-day basis. It's mostly economic stuff. And so what we like to talk a lot about is what are the things that are directly within your control as a board. And so we'll do that. We'll also touch just a smidge at the very end about water and sewer. I don't know who on the board mentioned that at the end of the last presentation. It's obviously a very big component of what you're working on right now as a county. And so we're going to touch on that just a little bit, but clearly there'll be more to come on that topic over the next couple months. We always like to slide in some comparatives here. Everybody does this a little bit differently, but looked at North Carolina counties that are rated with at least 2 and sometimes 3 AAA ratings. So for years, this was kind of our aspiration to be in this group. We are now very solidly within this group of 15 counties within North Carolina that have at least 2 AAA credit ratings. You can see where they're clustered. Primarily you're within the Raleigh metro area, clearly the Charlotte metro area, a little bit of the coastal communities, and then out in the mountains just a smidge there. So again, credit ratings, we mentioned this already, but just to give you a visual, back in 1997, you were in the A range. That was very solid, very good, investment grade. But over that 25-year-ish time period, you've moved all the way up to the AAA range. So we are now in our second year, really, of being fully at AAA by both Moody's and Standard & Poor's. Both of those were just affirmed, and so we just went through, by virtue of this bond issue process, talking to the rating agencies, briefing them on all the things going on, whether it's the economics and the finances, and those AAA ratings were just affirmed a couple weeks ago. Just to give you a sense of the credit rating scale, we talk about these AAAs and A's and AA's, so forth and so on. See if the laser pointer, whoop, that didn't work. But yes, we started here, which these are the terms the rating agencies use. So you were strong, investment grade right there at an A1 and an A. Both Moody's and Standard & Poor's use a little bit different nomenclature. And since that time period, we've blown all the way through the very strong range. We're now up here at the highest possible credit rating at the AAA level. So just to kind of give you a sense, as we talk about the A's and the pluses, so forth and so on, this gives you an apples to apples comparison. At AAA, you were at the top tier on both Moody's and Standard & Poor's. So what is it that the rating agencies are actually looking at when they're coming up with those credit ratings? This changes from time to time. They each have their own independent criteria. They don't talk to each other. They're all independent companies. But you'll see there are some similarities in terms of the types of things they're looking at in order to come up with these credit ratings. And so this is Moody's, who just updated what they call their criteria. They all have to have a published criteria for regulatory purposes. They just updated this in 2022. It's really kind of on like our second or third full year of using this published criteria. And what you notice, I won't go line by line, but 30% of the credit rating is based on the economy. So when I was earlier talking about things within our direct control and things that aren't as much within our direct control, the economy, we tend to argue, isn't as much within your direct control. Certainly economic development is going to help this, growth and all those kind of things you were just talking about. That'll impact things over time, but we don't tend to think about this as being able to be impacted on a budget year to budget year basis. But it is 30% of your credit rating. So roughly a third of the pie, if we made this a pie chart, is coming from things that are based upon income levels, your assessed value, and how fast your economy is growing. So then you move below that, another roughly third, 30%, is based upon financial performance. And you look at the two individual line items there, what do they mean by financial performance? They're talking about available fund balance and liquidity. So as we keep going through this presentation, we'll talk about how important that fund balance is. You've got a very strong fund balance. One of the reasons that's so important is because it matters a lot to the rating agencies. It's about 30% of the rating. This third little section here is institutional framework. What they really are getting at there is how much control do you as a board have to make decisions to run your county. As you look across the nation, which these rating agencies do, different states operate differently. In some places, cities operate differently from counties. There's tax caps in certain places. The more flexibility you have as a local government to control both the revenues and the expenditures, the higher score you get. You don't have any control over that. It's really based upon state law and local law. But really what they look at is if you all as a group have more flexibility, it looks better from them. It means you're in the driver's seat in terms of making the decisions. The last section down here is what they now call leverage. They used to just call this debt, but similar concepts. And so as we're talking about credit ratings, a lot of times people will think, oh, that's just how much debt we have outstanding. It's not actually true. We have all these different three buckets before we get to the leverage concept. That does equate to, for Moody's, 30% of your rating. What they're really looking at is what are our long-term liabilities, which nowadays is our debt and our pensions. And they're also looking at what are our fixed costs, which is basically how much of our budget on an annual basis is going to either make a debt service payment or like a pension or a health care payment. So that's really what they're talking about there and why we spend so much time thinking and planning around the capital program and how you borrow money. So this slide is Standard & Poor's. We've kind of broken it down the same way. This is the other rating agency, also AAA. You'll see some similar themes here. I'll go quicker. The economy is 20%. It was 30% for Moody's, 20% for S&P. Financial performance is 20%. So here they're looking at, do we have annual surpluses, basically, which you do. The third concept is again, reserves and liquidity. That, again, is the fund balance we're going to talk about in the next couple slides. The fourth little section here is management. And this is, I'll spend a second here on this one. This is an interesting one for S&P because it's less quantitative and a little more qualitative. You can't exactly measure it in dollars and cents. You can't pull it out of an audit. But what they're looking at is things like, how are your budgeting practices? Do you have realistic budgets? Are your budgets structurally balanced, meaning are you basically covering recurring expenditures with recurring revenues? Do you do long-term planning, which clearly you as a county do that, and you've done that for a number of years? And do you have financial policies, and do you follow those policies? All those boxes, so to speak, you are checking and have for a long time period. They'll continue to be important going forward. The last section down here, debt and liabilities, again, very similar concepts. It's about 20%, or it is 20% of the rating for Standard & Poor's. And again, they're looking at what is our outstanding debt, which we'll talk about, but also the pension side of the equation that's less directly within your control. We'll give just a little bit. These are all public reports of both Moody's and S&P, meaning Standard & Poor's. They publish these reports publicly, so this is all publicly available. We've tried to just pull some snippets here for the board and for the public in terms of what they said. And again, this is coming February 2025. So it's just literally a couple weeks old, hot off the presses, as they say. So again, we're AAA, the highest we can be. We like to focus here, I won't read this word for word, but credit strengths. Moody's here talks about growing population coupled with local and regional economic expansion. They talk about an improving reserve position, and they talk about clearly a strong management team. So those three, if you want to very simply come away with 3 bullet points, why did Moody's affirm our AAA credit rating? Those are the 3 things that they, Moody's, cited. The bottom of the slide here, which you always need to kind of point out, factors that lead to a downgrade. We're not worried about that right now, but it's useful to know. They talk about a sustained trend of structural imbalance leading to reserves below 35% of revenue. So basically, if we start drawing our fund balance down and we don't have a sustainable annual budget and our reserves go down, Moody's has picked this 35% number, we're way above it. That could lead to what they say here as a downgrade. We're not in that situation right now, but it's good to know, what could cause a negative situation with the rating agencies. The other thing to talk about is a material increase in liability profile and/or fixed costs without offsetting revenue growth. So we're going to talk about the capital program and those projects that you as a board are contemplating and moving forward with. That obviously leads to a need to borrow some dollars. We'll talk about, given how your debt profile is very conservatively managed, you're able to do that without really having to increase the debt service budget too much. But to the extent that we are taking on more long-term liabilities and don't see revenue growth that is growing at the same or faster pace, that is also something that could lead to, again, a red flag and negative action from the rating agencies. We're not worried about that right now per se, but that's why you spend so much time with the county management doing all the planning that you do to make sure you don't get caught in that situation. So then S&P, again, try to just pull out a couple, little summary here for you. AAA, so we'll say that again, we'll probably say it a couple more times. Middle of the page, the rating reflects our view of the county's robust economic growth, history of positive financial results, and ample reserve position. So what are they saying there? The economy is very, very good in Johnston County in their view. Number 2, you've got a very good history of financial results. They tend to focus more on your history. We always give them a sense of where we're going, but they're really looking definitively at our audits and our budgets when they're doing the measuring and the financial performance. And lastly, they talk about that ample reserve position. So again, that's getting back to the fund balance, getting back to liquidity, and that's so important. Last couple things they mentioned, a robust economy, prudent management practices with a culture of long-term planning. Very clearly, you as a county do that, and your staff does a fantastic job of doing that. Consistently positive operating results, meaning we've got surpluses basically every year, and ongoing debt needs and a manageable debt pension profile. So we always make sure we're kind of showing the rating agencies where we think we're going, subject to the board obviously your ultimate approval so they don't get surprised when we do go forward with various projects. One other interesting graph, just kind of big picture, and again, this is history right now, but certainly what has happened over the last 10 plus years is your tax base has grown at a very healthy annual clip. So this is your total assessed value, you have real estate, personal property, public service, so forth and so on. It's basically doubled in the last 10 years. We're at about 15 billion, we're now at about 30 billion. You've been growing on average, it's a compound average growth rate at about 7.6% a year. That's a very healthy, steady annual growth, and we've only had a couple revals in that time period. What's interesting now, obviously, is we're in March of 2025, is you're in one of those reval cycles. What we've seen and noticed, especially the last couple of years, call it post-pandemic, with the big economic growth that we've had and the run-up in housing values, is those reval time periods and the budget whereby you're working through that reval becomes even more important than it was in history. And so during these prior years, call it 2016 back through here, you were growing at a very, very healthy clip. Inflation in the world was there, it was positive, meaning it was a positive number, but it was nowhere near the pace that it's been the last couple years. Since this 2020 time period, we've obviously had the big, big run-up in inflation. It's come back down, but it's still moving along at a pretty healthy clip, and we see that a lot in local government. So much of what you do is infrastructure building, and there is still a very healthy amount of inflation in that infrastructure building business. And so you think about a reval cycle, your primary revenue stream is from your property taxes. That is your single biggest, you get a bunch of different revenue streams, but that's your single biggest revenue stream. And so what a revaluation cycle lets you do is basically reset those recurring revenues, meaning the property taxes, that are the single biggest component of your budget, to make sure you match the recurring expenditures that you're gonna have over the next several years. And so we've seen this a lot in the last 3 or 4 years, where there have been very big reval cycles. And the trick is needing to make sure we're looking not just to the next fiscal year, but how do we make it through a couple fiscal years such that we've got that sustainability, not just for 1 year, but for 3, 4, 5 years that you as a county have been so good at doing. And so that, again, from the rating agencies, as we do this in lots of different places, that reval cycle is even more important nowadays, because it is your opportunity to reset the revenues to make sure it's fully covering the recurring costs of the local government over a number of years. We'll give you just a couple other big picture things the rating agencies are looking at, have looked at, and see how much progress you've made, at least in the eyes of their various criteria. This is the assessed value per capita, so basically how much tax base do we have per individual in the county. In 2019, which is basically 5 years ago, your assessed value per capita was right here, it was about 86,000 per capita. And at that time, we weren't yet AAA, we're getting there. You compare that to these AAA medians, which the national AAA medians right here, the North Carolina AAA medians right there. So if we were sitting at about 86,000, the national median was probably a little bit lower at the time, but order of magnitude by 177,000. The North Carolina was about 158,000. So one of the challenges we had as we were working towards that AAA level is our tax base and underlying wealth and demographics weren't quite on par with AAA. Now you look at this orange bar up here, we've gone, and this is before the revaluation, have gone from about 86,000 to about 121,000. So we're still a smidge below the median there, but we're very much catching up with those medians, which is a good thing from the rating agency's standpoint. We've got more assessed value that generates revenue per person in the county, and we would expect that once the final numbers from the reval come in, we'll be at or probably through some of those other AAA medians. And so as we've been talking to the rating agencies, while it's not definitive and known yet, they see that coming, and they've sort of baked some of that growth into their rating assessment. And then bottom of the page, we won't go line by line, but you can see where other AAA counties in North Carolina are. Again, we tend to look at the median here. Again, ranging all the way from Brunswick, way on the high side, small population, high property values, to Forsyth, in and around where you are right now. Another interesting demographic graph, the median household income. Again, this is one of those things that for the years working towards that AAA level, we did lag the AAA, and now we've really seen a lot of progress to catch up. Now I know in one of the first presentations this morning, there was some per capita income information, and so these things are always, we're not pulling them, we're not economists per se, but this is the stuff that the rating agencies are looking at, pulled from national databases. And so what they're seeing is that our median household income back in 2019 was about 60,000. Fast forward 5 years to the most recent data, 2024, it's about 80,000. You compare that to the medians. Here in North Carolina, the median is about 75,000. We're right now at about 79,000 per this data, so we're actually in excess of the median for North Carolina AAAs, and we're catching up to the national AAA median of about 92,000. So a couple of takeaways in terms of the credit ratings. You have top tier credit ratings at the highest they can be. You should be very proud of that. That's very hard to achieve. Very small portion of rated entities, meaning counties, cities, et cetera, will ever get to the AAA level. It is a cost saver for the taxpayer and for the local government, both when you go borrow for new projects and also when we're able to refinance existing debt. We'll talk in the next section here. Fund balance is one of the most critical aspects they look at from a financial perspective. And the economic metrics, at least as we look at it, pulling some of this rating agency data, appear to really be picking up steam in terms of the growth with the assessed values, with the income levels, so forth and so on. All right, so the next section we'll talk, again, about fund balance. I always like to do this time of year as you're working your way through the budget process. We've mentioned just how important it is to the rating agencies. The first thing we'll look at is what your trend of fund balance has been over the last really about 12 or 14 years thereabouts. It clearly is a kind of reverse ski slope there. We have been growing that fund balance, which has been a very good thing given the amount of infrastructure that you're looking at, given the growing nature of the county, being able to add to that fund balance, and just giving you the flexibility to look at and take on these new needs that you as a board will consider, and gives you that flexibility, in addition to the fact the rating agencies really look strong at this. Now I'm going to switch sides of the screen here, so I'm just going to walk over here for a sec, Austin. So you as a county have a policy that fund balance should be no less than 20% on an annual basis. We reset that and moved it up a couple years ago. That's a solid level, but clearly we're well above that. Right now we're at about 70%. You've had a number of very, very good, this must be a touch screen. There we go. You've had a number of very, very good years financially. And so a question we always talk through this time of year during the budget cycle, and I'll maybe just preempt that, is do we need to be at 70% in order to maintain our credit ratings? And the answer is no. We don't need to be all the way at 70%. But what we know is that in this last couple sections, we'll talk about the future needs, whether it's schools, whether it's county facilities, so forth and so on, because you're in this growth phase. And so one way to think about the fund balance right now is we've had a very big revenue growth. Hopefully we continue to have that. There's no way to know that definitively. We're also going to have, subject to the board's approval and your decisions, obviously all that's within your control, a series of capital needs we're going to need to take on and operational needs. And so being able to be in a position to have a 70% fund balance gives you a lot of flexibility to be thinking long-term. How do we not think about maybe just next budget cycle, or even the next 2, but 5, 10 years down the line? How do we make sure that we're set up for surprises? You know, at some point the economy will turn around. We're not economists, we're not here to tell you that's happening anytime soon, but at some point we're gonna have a slowdown. On top of that, obviously you're going through a big infrastructure cycle, and so having this amount of contingency is a very healthy thing, and the rating agencies take note of that, knowing that what's coming in the future is the need to make investments, let alone the fact that the operational costs will likely catch up with the revenue growth. We've talked in the past about what maybe is the right level if this comes down. We think anywhere in like the 40 to 50% range, not doing that all at one time, but thinking smartly and strategically about how those dollars are used, if and when they're used, is probably the right place to be. And so the rating agencies, like anybody else, they don't like surprises per se, and so being able to incrementally move, which Chad does an excellent job with his multi-year projections, and looking out 5, 7 years and saying, okay, where do we think we land subject to all the various things that can and will change during budget cycles. Another interesting graph to look at is where do you compare in terms of that fund balance relative to your peers. And so again, if you're at about 65, 70%, this is FY 2024 data, I believe, you're above some of the peers, clearly, but not so much above the peers. And if you look at the medians, the national AAA median is about 40%, the North Carolina AAA median is about 30%. You see some of your peers in around 40, 50%. And so, again, as we think about the overall cycle of this, knowing that we've had a very good run-up and will likely be taking on additional capital operational costs, this is helping to inform where we're thinking that fund balance could land and still be in a very strong position from a credit market standpoint. The rating agencies, in terms of what exactly do they say, you know, they say Moody's, anything 35% or above is a AAA. It's what they cited in that prior page. And S&P's got a much lower level. But again, the rating itself is based upon that whole series of criteria: economy, finances, debt, and management. One other really important consideration nowadays that wasn't necessarily the case before really about 2022, because we had such low interest rates for about a decade, call it 2010 to 2021, 22, you were earning very little, almost nothing on the cash that you had in the bank. And you saw that probably in your personal life. Same thing held true for the county. That has definitely changed. And so another advantage of having such a strong fund balance is that fund balance is earning real interest for the county. And that interest goes back into the general fund, helps to offset some of the inflationary pressures, no different than hopefully you are seeing in your personal life with your savings account, CDs, whatever it is. You can earn some real money on the savings versus pre-pandemic when you were earning, you know, effectively zero. And so we like to point this out because it's also a great way to help offset some of the inflationary pressures that you'll see by earning real interest earnings on the fund balance. So with that, we're going to shift gears a little bit. That was a lot of going backwards, talking about the ratings, so forth and so on. Austin's going to give you a little update on the multi-year capital planning. So really thinking, how do we go forward from here with the various capital priorities that you as a board have identified? You talk, I'll click.
Okay, perfect. Good afternoon, Chair, members of the board. Austin Sachs, looking forward to talking through some debt capital planning. And so where we'll really start is what is our existing debt profile. So these are going to be our existing principal interest payments. And so any additional debt that we issue will get layered on top of this foundation. And so what we're looking at on this page is existing debt profile. So on the right-hand side there, in the dark green bars, we've got our principal payments, and in our light green bars, we have our interest payments. And so you can see that nice ski slope down, and so what that is going to provide is some nice natural capacity within the debt profile. And so when we issue new debt, we can layer on those debt service payments, and Kyle referenced before, limited impact to the debt service budget. So if we hold the debt service budget constant, able to layer on those new issuances with limited impact. A couple of other key points here. All the outstanding debt that you all have is fixed rate. So just like the bond issue we just closed on today, 20 years, fixed interest rate, so we know what those payments are going forward. And the last concept that we'll hit on this page is how quickly the county pays off its debt. One key ratio we'll look at is the 10-year payout ratio. So over the next 10 years, how much principal you will have paid off. And so at 73%, that second bullet point there, that's a very strong ratio. And so to put that into perspective, a personal finance corollary, if you're fortunate enough to have a typical 30-year residential mortgage, over the first 10 years, you'll have paid 25% of principal off. So the county at 70+% is a very strong ratio, doing a good job of paying off your debts, not burdening future generations with debt service payments. And so going to the next page here, so looking forward, so what do we have on the horizon? So we had an approved 22 referendum for school projects. That was in the amount of $177 million. As of today, closing on that $100 million bond issue, it's in that green box. So left outstanding on that 22 referendum is $47 million. In the second bullet, we had a November referendum just of last year, $150 million. And we've got some additional debt and capital planning included in here. And then in terms of the last bullet, just to give you a sense, we're using typical county issuance structure, 20 years, level principal, and using a conservative 5% planning interest rate. So if you're thinking about what Kyle referenced earlier, the bond issue for the 100 million GOs, that was at a 3.4% interest rate. So at 5%, while we're doing this over multi-years, that's a good planning estimate. But if we were to issue those bonds today, you know, in and around the low to mid threes.
Austin, may I ask a question?
Yes, sir.
On that last chart, was the 100 million in that chart, inside of that chart, the one that showed the
existing debt profile, so that was not.
It's not in there.
But
okay.
it is within the planning, and so right now, we've got that in here at 5%, but those payments are below the planning estimate. It's a good question, though.
So point blank, this will all look a little bit better once we factor in those final numbers.
Okay, and so to give you a sense of what, using the best information to date, or the current plan in terms of what the debt issuances are over the next 5 or so years. And so we'll start on the left-hand column, and so this is 25, 26, and so on and so forth. And so in that first green bar, that's that 100 million that we're talking about, and so that has been issued. Going down on that 177 million 22 referendum, we're planning about this time next year to issue the balance 47 million. Moving over to the column in the middle of the page there, we've got the 2024 referendum. The current plan is to issue that in about 4 even tranches, fancy term installments, but in and around 37.5 million. What that does is give us the opportunity to adjust that each year, take a bite of the apple, come back, see where those projects are, and adjust the plan as necessary. And then in the far right-hand column in green, we've got the 30 million LOBS issuance, and right now we have a preliminary order of magnitude estimate for a Clayton High School project, but that's to the discretion of the board and what you all approve in terms of that capital project for a debt issuance. The one other point that we'll make is in terms of timing, we would consider this to be conservative, and if things were to slow down, things would just look that much better in terms of impact to your debt profile. And so I think the main takeaway is if you take your way to the bottom right of the bingo board, over the next 5 years, in terms of this planning scenario, we've got about 450 million in terms of new debt to be issued.
Yeah, but what's important too is Clearly, that's a big number in terms of capital investment. We'll go back to this page for a second. And so because the county structures its debt in a conservative, responsible manner and pays it off quickly, you've got that really nice, Austin mentioned, the ski slope down. So as we start layering on these projects and layering on new bond issues, you've got all of this capacity that frees up automatically. What that means is that to a certain extent, the new financings don't necessarily require a dollar for dollar increase in the debt service budget. And so by virtue of structuring the debt the way you have, which is paid off in level principal payments over 20 years, you've got this natural decline built in. And so the debt service budget over time will clearly have to increase, no doubt. But because prior bond issues were paid off relatively quickly, you've got good capacity. So we don't need to come up with a new dollar for every new dollar of debt service over the next several years.
Yep. And so the county, in terms of thinking about debt capacity, the county has two main debt ratios that y'all have policies for. The first one is debt versus assessed value. And so when Kyle kind of talked about property taxes as your main revenue source, this is looking at, okay, how much debt do you have relative to the total assessed value? And so the county has a policy for that number not to exceed 4%. Right now, 2025, that incorporates the $100 million that was just issued in and around approximately 1.2%. So there's a lot of capacity within that 4% level. You can see in the green bar there, we'd actually recommend bringing that policy down to about 3%. When we're talking about S&P in terms of their scorecard, one of the things they look at is policies. And so just understanding the county and its growth in its tax base, potentially reducing that top level limit could be a benefit in terms of scorecard and policies. Looking at the right-hand side, just giving you a comparative for that ratio. In the dark green bars, the national medians, they're slightly lower, and so the nuance there is looking across the country, there are states with school districts where they're taking on a lot of that debt, and the counties aren't burdened with that debt. And so the real comp would be within North Carolina, and you can see among the peers, your AAA peers, 1.2% is not out of line, very much in line with the median and the balance of the peers in the light green bars.
And this is all before the reassessment and revaluation. So
That's
this number is going to get much stronger. I mean, that bar is going to get smaller once those reassessment numbers are factored in.
Question. At some point, the rating agencies, would they view that moving the policy down as irresponsible, as from a management standpoint?
They would if we set a policy that you couldn't live within. And
Right.
so that's the trick that goes back to all the planning that you do and Chad does such a good job of, is you want to make sure that your policy is within best practices and meets the thresholds that they care about. We also need to make sure you live within it. And so to your point, Mr. Godwin, that's why when we talk about that, purposely, the dark green bar is your existing debt. We're layering in the things that you're talking about right now.
Okay.
And so we're factoring in the rest of the two referendums. We're factoring in the other lobs issues. There's going to be other things as well. And so you look at that kind of daylight, so to speak, between here and there, you still have some good capacity relative to that 3% ratio.
Yep. And then the other policy that the county has is debt service versus expenditures. So how many pennies of each dollar in the budget are going to make a debt service payment? And so the county has a 20% policy. So the maximum cap is 20 pennies out of every dollar in the budget to make a debt service payment. In 2025, right at about 11%. So very good capacity within that policy as well below the policy. And like Kyle said, when layering in the balance of the two referendums and some preliminary lobs estimates, increasing to about 16%, but if you look on the right-hand side, that's very much not out of line with your AAA peers. And so we've also been somewhat conservative in terms of budget growth, and so to the extent your budget grows and revenues grow, greater than our estimate at about 3.5%, this policy ratio going forward will look even better.
And another important point, so we've compared you to other AAA counties in North Carolina, because that's the most direct apples to apples comparison. This ratio, we in North Carolina tend to have higher levels. So because the debt is paid off quickly, and it's not extended over long time periods and future generations, it does mean that we tend to have a higher debt payment relative to the size of a bond issue. So you think about that maybe in personal finance, we tend to do our mortgages, to use that term, over 20 years versus 30 years. Gets the debt paid off quicker, but it does mean our annual payment tends to be higher. And so that 20% policy, which we used to be up against that policy, it is on the higher level if you look nationally to have that up at a 20% level. And I make that point only because it's another tie back to why that fund balance is so important. So because we tend to have higher debt service to expenditures, which is viewed as a fixed cost, that if you have a downturn, you can't really move, you got to make your debt payments. Another great offset to that is making sure we've got that really, really strong fund balance. So it all kind of ties back to having that really strong fund balance.
Can we go back to the debt versus assessed value, the policy? And we're currently at 4%. But tell me, what is the advantage of dropping it to the 3%? What is the purpose of doing that?
It's going to get you more in line with other AAAs.
Okay.
That 4%, we could go back and look when it was set, but it was set a long time ago. And so, again, being a AAA, the amount of growth that you've had in that tax base, really to be at a 4% policy, if you got yourself all the way up to 4%, something would be wrong, would be off. And so it just kind of brings that level down, not that it's trying to constrict anything, but it brings it down to be more modern, in line with what you are right now, which is a AAA that's got a much, much larger tax base than you did.
Okay, all right, thank you.
That 4% when it was set there was a lot more unknowns financially for the county than there are now. So now we want to make sure it's brought down, because that green includes the $450 million that you've already committed to. So we just we're not operating like we did in the past, saying we're hoping we can stay. We're saying that based on our finances and what we see coming up and going forward, we don't need 4% anymore. We're a AAA county that can operate within that 3% mark.
Yeah, that makes sense. I never viewed the 4% as being a terrible thing, but I can see what your point is. Yeah. Okay.
They want to see guardrails, but something realistic.
That's exactly right.
Okay.
And there's always, you look at these policies, our limiting factor is really the debt service to expenditures. So if we got ourselves all the way up to 4%, we'd be blowing through this particular policy. So you got to look at all the different sort of levers to pull.
That makes sense. Thank you.
One more question.
Sir.
Do you see any jurisdictions that along the way change their thought process and finance projects over 25 years or 30?
At times, it depends upon the project. I would say for your type of local government, given your credit ratings, given your size, given your growth needs, it's more common to be paying them off over 20 years. When we think about 25 or 30 years, again, to the type of project, that tends to be more in the utility realm. So the utility investments that you'll make, which again, we got a little section at the end here, those things have a useful life that is long, long, long. The general government needs, building things like schools, that school's got a long, useful life, but it eventually is going to need some renovations. It's going to need some additions. And so we'd like to get that debt paid off a little bit quicker, because the need to come back and refresh or add on to those types of assets tends to be quicker than if we're putting pipes in the ground that last 50, 75 years.
Can I say something to that? That's a good point, Rick. I just don't want to make sure, and I know you're hypothetical, but we don't want to bring up red flags to the rating agencies and the LGC, because they're going to see what we're doing and see our fund balance. They're going to think, why you need to go out longer when your profile doesn't match that. And so that is a good thought. I just wonder if it would even pass what the LGC would approve or anything based on our profile.
Yep, and I think just some high-level takeaways. We're in compliance with our debt financial management policies. We do have capacity after incorporating some planning for projects already committed to and using best estimates. I think the key point is going to be the bottom bullet here, and it's going to be this concept of debt affordability. And so we can have capacity to issue this debt relative to our policies and best practices, but it really is making sure we have the cash flow each year to make those debt service payments, which ties into the debt service versus expenditures, but really making sure that you have structurally balanced budgets and you're taking care of recurring expenditures with recurring revenues. And those expenditures include not only operations, but capital obligations as well.
Any other questions there before we do our last section here on utilities? I'll pause there for a second. Mr. Chair, anybody else?
No, I guess I'd say no, but I do have one. So I think last year we talked about developing a formal CIP. I don't think that we got that done. We have a bunch of numbers for stuff. That process I think will happen more tomorrow. But and I just want to say, is that still, and I know we have the utilities, but I'm talking about for our own capital projects. So is that still a recommendation?
It is.
Yep.
Okay. Yeah, it definitely is. It's going to give the rating agencies just that much more comfort as to what the plan is, so to speak. I mean, clearly you've operated in a very good way for a number of years. You've had very, very good financial results. But we would expect that, again, at your AAA level, that's going to be something that's going to give a lot of transparency. It's going to send kind of the message in terms of where you're going. It's something that is typically like a 5-year look, but it's updated annually. So it's always a rolling concept. It's not to say that you or any other local government is locked in for that full 5 years. That's not the case, but it gives a very good visual of what we think we're going to be sort of facing and taking on, and how that's going to be addressed over that time period. Again, knowing that it's always updated annually, it's a rolling kind of document, and so we do think that would be a good idea.
Okay. And I guess the other thing for the newer board members, at previous, I think the last 2 planning sessions we had, we discussed the fund balance being, moving it towards that 40 to 50% as an informal number. So just for those who are new to the board, it isn't our formal policy, but it has been our informal policy. So just wanted to reiterate that.
And those charts where you've projected ratios against the budget, that I understand that for that purpose you'd use the number of 3.5 to 4% on that budget growth.
That's right. That's
Okay.
right. You've been growing quicker than that.
Right.
And so, again, we try to err on the conservative side, both in terms of interest rates we assume and in terms of growth we assume. And so if indeed you continue growing at a pace faster than that, these ratios will look a little bit better.
There's 2 points about, as we're projecting out in the future, rating agencies want to see this plan like the chairman's talking about. It also gives them a sense of where our fund balance may be trending, because they like to be able to see a strong fund balance, but if the board decides to do projects, obviously our fund balance will go down some. They get more interested in the trends of fund balance. So if we set out a plan to say this is what we're going to do over the next 5 or 10 years, and it's going to come down because of this, they're not as worried about our day-to-day because we have a plan. And then, the board wants 40 to 50%. There could be a time, depending on the number of projects and what you do, it may dip below 40. As long as we have a plan, and we will, to get it back up to the realm that you want it to be after the projects are complete. So,
and I think, Chad, to your point, we'll add one other context here as we're talking about the fund balance, given that we're at 70 and we've talked about getting to 40 or 50. What the fund balance is used for also matters. And so what we typically are thinking about with Chad, as he makes that point about the future capital projects, is with the fund balance we have it right now, we've assumed that all these projects are debt funded. There's going to be a whole series of other projects. You as a board will, sort of work through that. You've got the flexibility to be thinking on a annual basis, what's the right cash versus debt mixture? So most people, you go buy your house and you put 20% down, maybe you borrow 80%, maybe you get a little older and you're able to kind of mix a little bit more equity into the equation. You as a county have the flexibility to be able to pay some cash for things, to borrow for some things, to find the right mixture of that debt and equity side of things to make sure that it works both in this budget year and for future budget years. And so as you think about the rating agencies and what they care about, if on the negative side we were to draw that fund balance down and use that to just plug holes in the budget for like operating costs, if we were to go say, hey, we want to bring that fund balance down and we're going to use it to pay salaries over time, that's a problem for them because those salaries, in essence, don't go. They view that as an ongoing expenditure. Yeah. And so that's what we call a structurally imbalanced budget. That's a negative. But if we're using that fund balance to say, hey, you know what, we want to pay some cash for this project and borrow for another piece of it, that's viewed as a more one-time type of expenditure, and so it doesn't have a recurring cost to it, as long as we've got the debt service funded. And so the way that that fund balance is used also matters as you think about the planning. Okay, our last section here, we'll talk a little bit about utilities, just in terms of big picture and some trends. There's not any forward-looking projections, but clearly that's a big topic right now, so we just want to touch for a minute on it. As you know, you've got water, wastewater, solid waste. The real focus here for the moment is on water and wastewater. The county, as you know, you've got your water districts. You sell water to a variety of different entities, including the towns, and the growth that you have is going to require that capacity be increased and to make sure you've got the sustainability of it going forward. So that's a big infrastructure cost, something we know you're aware of, and you've got a variety of professionals looking at. The way that you as a county have financed a variety of those infrastructure costs recently is what we call utility revenue bonds. And so the whole prior section we talked about, all the debt is supported by the general fund, basically, whether it's general obligation bonds or LOBs. The credit behind those loans, if you will, is the taxing power. The utility fund, we very purposely, because it's the best practice, have that set up, and I say we as a county, whereby it is entirely paid for with water and sewer revenues. We're not reliant upon the general fund. We're not reliant upon tax revenues to help subsidize that. That helps protect and seal off the general fund, and it means that that water and sewer fund is run as its own business. We call it an enterprise fund. That allows us to borrow for those infrastructure projects using what are called revenue bonds. Those revenue bonds, the credit for those revenue bonds is the revenues of the water and sewer system. They're not looking to the general fund. Legally, they're not at all looking to the general fund. That allows us to keep all that general fund capacity for the schools and all the other needs that you have in the general fund, and the utility projects are funded within that utility system and within the revenues and expenditures of that system. Those utility bonds that you as a county, that we as a county have, put in place really and rated in 2021, and they have very strong credit ratings. They're not as high as the general taxing power of the county. Those are the AAA ratings. They're still very, very strong. We've got a AA2 from Moody's and a AA+ from Standard & Poor's. So for a utility system, that is a very high, very strong series of credit ratings that allows you to go finance those utility projects at the lowest possible cost of funds. And those revenue bonds can be used in concert with state loans, in concert with federal programs, and certainly to the extent there's grants, that's also a big help. And so a lot of the planning that is done around the water and sewer side of the equation is to make sure that we can protect the financial standing that has led to those strong credit ratings for water and sewer, again, because that's going to give you the lowest possible cost of funds, lowest possible interest rates when we need to go borrow for those types of projects. Most recently, just last year, borrowed about $67 million over 30 years. So Rick, to your prior point in terms of 20 versus 30, we're thinking about utilities, typically financing that over a longer time period because the assets that are being put in place have a longer life to them. They're pipes, they're big pumps, so forth and so on. Typically, we pay those over 30 years, and the LGC has been okay with that historically. The interest rate last year, 30 years, was about 4%. So it's a little bit longer loan, a little bit higher interest rate. We're still a fixed interest rate of about 4% over that total time period. In terms of the utility debt profile, so this is what is outstanding right now. So you can see a little bit different picture on utilities than on the general fund. There's about $450 million outstanding. Again, the assets that have been financed are longer, so that time period for repayment is longer. And the debt service structure is a little bit more level. Because we have a user base that is basically paying for this within the water and sewer system, because the assets that are financed are longer, we tend to have more of this level debt service structure that you see, with still a little bit of a decline, but more level debt service structure is more typical for a utility system. And so that is what we have right now. And within this debt profile, you've had a combination of low interest revolving fund loans. You've got one very large low interest loan from the state with a very, very low interest rate. You've got these revenue bonds, a couple of types of obligations. So you as a county have done a very good job keeping the interest cost as low as possible on the current outstanding debt. And so we'll jump to key takeaways in a second here. We just wanted to show a little bit of that because we know is probably a series of next steps. One of those will be on the water and sewer side of the equation because there's such a big needs tied into it. We're here for the prior conversation in terms of growth and how do you think about that, and that's such a critical component and tool in your toolbox in terms of growth and economic development, that while we think about that financially as a separate business, it obviously is very much tied into how you as a county are going to do overall in terms of the economics and finances of Johnston County. So again, a couple key takeaways. I think we really, in that second bullet point, do want to make sure we pay great kudos to your management, you as a board, in terms of your stability, your willingness to listen to us for a little while, which we appreciate. That results in obviously those great credit ratings, but you have a fantastic management team. The rating agencies appreciate that every year when we're talking, whether it's GOs or LOBs or whatever, they're hearing the same people, they're seeing the same faces, the similar themes and continuity of management is really, really important. So we want to make sure we pay kudos to everybody that's sitting over here. And with Martha leaving us here, I know, we'll be very sad to see you go, but we know you won't be too far, so we really appreciate it.
That last 4 words there, Kyle, is key. Hard-earned. The last dozen years, it's been hard-earned.
That's exactly right. I guess nothing worth having isn't going to come without some hard work, and you as a county have certainly put that work in. And so, again, I think we've said most of this. I'll pause and stop here. We've got just a couple next steps, really, over the next month or thereabouts. We'll be selling those limited obligation bonds or LOBs in April. That's on the LGC agenda for Tuesday, working through that process. The ratings have been affirmed on that, so we're all in good shape there. And then really we'd be thinking about, subject to the leadership of Rick and Chad and Jennifer and everybody, thinking about the planning for both the general fund and utility fund as a series of our next steps, but really here to answer any other questions or offer any context that we can.
All right, any other questions? All right, thank you, gentlemen, for coming and presenting to us again this year and for keeping us straight along with, I guess, yes, and staff keeping, y'all both keeping us straight over here, but it has been a long journey to get to where we are, and I don't want to dismiss the efforts of previous boards because they were critical in helping us to get to where we are.
Can I add something to that?
Sure.
Obviously, the staff has been a key component, but you guys in Davenport's been real helpful. I mean, even from trudging up and down New York streets to try to get this credit rating up.
As we say this, we really appreciate it. A lot of our clients we've worked with for a long time. You guys are a joy. You make our job easy. Just thank you.
All right. All right, thank you. Since we're a little bit behind schedule, we will take a 10-minute recess and resume back at 3:10. All right. reconvene for the last segment of today's session, and Amy Cannon with the NCACC is going to start us off.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. Chairman and Commissioners. We appreciate the opportunity to walk through, at the end of last year, the priorities and the action steps that you put in place. But before we do that, I want to go back to this morning when Kevin Leonard asked the board about things that you believe were a success. And what I heard was that a lot of what was accomplished by staff in the prior year was to put things and processes in place for some of the big projects that you're doing. I know there was a mention of the UDO, work on the master plan, and some other things. So there may be some things that you put in place last year, some big things that weren't accomplished because of steps you were putting in place. So I don't want staff to feel bad if we can't mark a lot of things off. There may be some things on here that the board wants us to make a note of as we talk through some of your current year priorities for the next 12 months that you want to move that forward. So that's what we want to start with. And Neil, if you'll move the slide forward. Next one, we'll start in the area of water and sewer. And so from my notes last year, one of your priority steps in the area of water and sewer was to receive the Phase 2 regionalization study that was begun in March of 2024. And so, Mr. Chairman, I don't know if you want me to go through each one and then come back and receive some feedback.
Yeah, why don't you just hit them and then we'll kind of address them all.
Okay, sounds good. The next item was to explore interlocal agreements in the area of water and sewer, to meet with other providers, consider downstream concerns, also to evaluate the financial feasibility and explore interbasin transfers. So at this point, we'd like some feedback on what you believe was accomplished in each of these areas, and maybe if some of these items need to be considered with your other new priorities.
All right, let me ask a question. So the Phase 2 region, is that J.D. Solomon's report? Black and Beach report. Okay, yeah, okay. All right, so we can check that top one off. We did complete that and receive a report on that. I'm going to say the rest of them are, go back to the in progress. We are still looking at interlocal agreements. We are talking to other providers and still have the downstream concerns. And then the financial feasibility, we are looking at that as part of our CIP, our capital improvement program. I forgot we threw that one out there last time. I didn't say what that was. So we're looking at that financial feasibility of what we have, particularly as far as user rates go. And then we are still discussing the interbasin transfers, and I think there's some activity going on in Raleigh, maybe even as we speak on that. So hopefully, fingers crossed that we may see some movement on that.
I thought of y'all yesterday. I was talking to a county that's wanting to go away from wells to the Neuse Basin for water. And I thought there's a lot of people on water out of the Neuse Basin.
Yes.
They were wanting to move away from wells to the Neuse.
Yeah, and I know Commissioner Stovall had mentioned it earlier, but I think that we are not unique in the water being a limiting resource, or at least a limited resource right now, looking for other options. I know in my day job across the state, we're seeing people working together, regionalization, to use that limited resource as best as we
But the
can.
one theme I've heard over and over across the state is Aline has made a point of why we need interconnectivity and our utilities to be a regional approach, because they've learned that the hard way in Butler County and some other areas. So.
Yep, Spruce Pine, Burns.
Yeah, it just highlights why it's so important.
The next one is county facility planning. The goals or action steps were to develop the CIP with a master plan, obtain independent assessment of the school capital needs, We had discussion last year about the charter school statute regarding capital, identify needs of the Department of Social Services and Health.
You want to take that one, Vice Chair?
Yes, sir. The CIP master plan is well underway, and I think we actually have a presentation on that coming up. So there's been a lot of work has gone into that in the last 12 months. The independent assessment of the school capital needs, that has been done. And we're still in conversations. As a matter of fact, we have a meeting coming up Monday to have some more discussions with that, and to see what that's going to look like long-term and how we go about funding those needs. And then review the charter school statute. We've had a lot of conversations about charter schools, and then identify the needs of DSS and Health Department. There was a space needs assessment done that has been done. We've done some reorganization at DSS as well, and I think we've got a good handle on where we need to go from here, and that discussion is going to happen really tomorrow when we start talking about the capital needs and how to move forward with these projects. And part of the projects on the list are the DSS facility and a new health department. So I think we've made a lot of progress in those areas since last year, and it just takes time to pull it all together.
It does.
Yeah. And a lot of these never end.
Oh, yeah.
They just continue on. So.
Okay. The next area is financial stewardship. Last year we had discussion around evaluating capital projects and future debt service. Consider changing the fund balance policy from 20 to 40 to 50%. And then one of the big areas was preparing for the 2025 property revaluation.
Also, let's see Commissioner Godwin if he had some.
Yeah, I think we have evaluated capital projects and future debt services. Our financial team has worked diligently on that, and Chad McClam keeps us informed every month on the projections out 10 years on whatever our debt service and our expenditures and how it's going to affect our fund balance on an ongoing basis. So that's like you said, Neil, that never stops. The fund balance policy, I'm not sure if I think it's a pretty much foregone conclusion that we've changed that to 40 to 50%. I don't know if we put it in hard terms.
Yeah, informal, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, that was what I was referring to when Davenport was up there, the informal policy.
And of course, the 25 property revaluation, we have in fact accomplished that in a grand way.
So while we have a minute, Rick, do you want to kind of give us an update where we are on that and our budget process? I should have asked that earlier and slipped my mind.
Yes, sir, Mr. Chairman, board members. Just to give a broad overview of what we've been doing, working very closely with the tax office and Ms. Andrews. You know, the average increase in residential was in real estate was 70.7%. We knew that number was going to come down with appeals, the informal appeals so far, publicly owned land, use value property, so everything has a value on it, but when you start deducting some of those things. So we've met with Ms. Andrews. We're going to be meeting with her probably every week from now forward, and have got a pretty good handle on the informal appeals and where they stand. The next step is the formal appeals, and many times that's where your larger taxpayers, if you will, companies, businesses, may choose to enter an appeal, and that's going to be ongoing probably right up through the budget time frame. So I think once we have an idea of the number of appeals, who appealed, we can do some estimates on that. So we are making progress on firming up some things, but this formal appeal process will certainly be an ongoing thing for.
Didn't that open up and start yesterday?
I think it has. I don't think it's opened yet,
Maybe it's today.
but it's opening very soon. Yes, sir.
The first Board of Equalization and Review meeting will be April the 8th.
Yep. Thank you, Ms. Lusser.
And do we still have an open slot on that?
We do.
Okay.
We do have a vacancy on the Board of E&R, so any citizens that are listening, we would solicit you to please put in an application to be considered for that board.
All right.
One of the aspects of the tax base is almost broken into three parts. You know, the real value is most of it. Then you got personal property, and you know, some of that depreciates over time or stays steady or grows a little bit. And then you've got public utilities, but most of it is in that real property increase. But as I said, that 70.7% increase is going to go down. So we'll be monitoring that. And Chad's run out of paper, I think, of running different models, but he's doing a great job with all these different possibilities. So we want to be in a position to provide you with the best information possible. And that will include, you know, recommendations on a tax rate, taking into consideration the projects that have already been approved or may be approved by the board, those that we have not sold that had any bond sales yet. That debt is not on the books, as you saw earlier. So we want to make sure we have a number that covers that, plus anything that the commissioners would like to do. And I guess tomorrow we'll talk about, or the board will talk about capital projects and how we can help with modeling, those kind of things. So does that help, Mr. Chairman?
It does. Thank you very much.
Thank y'all.
I will tell you, you're not alone in this right now, because there's a lot of counties going through that, and with the boom in real estate, we're seeing a lot of counties having major adjustments. But, you know, the sales point, and for those new to the board, it's just about fairness. You know, tax values are about fairness of looking at the market and seeing and even things up, so to speak. There's people under and there's people over. In your case, the market is so good that most of them are under. And so it's a fairness issue for the taxpayer. And plus, on your sales assessment ratio, if you get down too low, you start losing revenue from your utilities and others. So you have to factor all those things in, but there's a lot of counties going through it, and I think what you're doing, the openness and talking to people and sharing with them, and it all comes down to what you write the check for, not your value or not the rate, but what you write the check for to the taxpayer. So,
and if I may add too, couple notes. I do want to give Ms. Andrews and her team a lot of credit. They're doing a great job with this. And the second thing I want to mention is that I meant to mention earlier is that the commissioners, and this is a very positive thing, the commissioners dropped the tax rate 11 pennies since the last revaluation. So that's been a very positive thing too. So we just want to make sure that we give you the best numbers so y'all can make the best decisions and be able to pay for the things that the board wants to have done. So thank you. I don't know if Jennifer, Chad, Martha, Kathy got anything to add.
Okay, Mr. Chairman, do you want us to move into discussing the new priorities?
Sure, yeah, let's go through those, yeah.
Let's start.
I think this is most of our first time getting a chance to look at all of them, so.
Okay, all right. So I'll go through and read each bullet point, and then we'll stop, and none of these are attributed to one individual commissioner. What we did was lump them under categories like this one's financial stewardship, short-term and long-term. So once I go through it, then, Mr. Chairman, if you want to engage in some discussion, especially if a board member wants to add a little bit more information and dialogue, however you want to handle it.
Yeah, let's go with that. We'll get them, and if one of those happens to be yours and you want to enlighten the rest of us on it, I think that's a good thing. So.
Okay. All right. So financial stewardship. First of all, there was a desire to pursue a revenue-neutral tax rate, and then that includes the fire tax rate in the upcoming budget. Also, someone mentioned developing a process for reviewing the schools and community college budget request. Also, prioritizing county projects based upon financing capacity. Provide appropriate level of funding for the school system, so that's the second comment around schools, and then determining an approach to the tax rate related to revaluation and the value increases.
I would add one on the revenue neutral tax rate. Make sure you, when you're talking about it, you have the same definition. Every county grows so much every year. So if you just bring in the amount of money you brought in last year, you've eliminated your growth. So revenue neutral, you got to allow for growth in there as well. So I just hear counties have debates about revenue neutral, and some say, well, I don't want to collect any more than we did last year. Well, that's really boxing yourself in because you've got growth.
Well, so I did have a question. I know there's the percentage growth that I think ours was 6.4 or something, somewhere in the low sixes. But when I saw Davenport's presentation, I saw an average growth of 7.6. So is there a difference in?
10 years.
Yeah. Okay.
But I do think too. Sorry about that. I think that was a 10-year number, but
I think it was.
I'll double check it. But also, I do believe, and that assess was our that 6.4, whatever it was. That was our best estimate. So,
okay.
But even their numbers was close to 7, right at 7. So we may need to look at that because I think that the general statutes, Ms. Slusser, don't they allow the counties to consider that normal growth in there of assessed value?
That's a part of the statutory computation.
It is, but when you got talking about it, people sometimes get that confused about what that means. So.
And growth is really what we're seeing since the last reval. His numbers included the 2019 reval, which was 22%. So that kind of skewed that number a little bit. So, you know.
True. Okay. Yeah, and I would just say, as we look at the first one and the last one there, and actually the other one, the prioritized county projects, I think those are all tied together in what we're going to be discussing a lot heading into tomorrow is the desire to be revenue neutral, to give the money to the taxpayer, keep it in the taxpayers' pockets, but also know that we've got some capital needs that we can't just keep putting off and moving down the road, and finding that balance in there to make sure we're doing the best we can with the people's money. And
well, to comment on the tax rate's better to do it after you go through your budget than it is. Don't box yourself in by committing to something before you even look at your budget. You know, you got to look at what your needs are before you decide what you can set a tax rate at.
I think one factor that we have to take into consideration too is the fact that the board has lowered our tax rate 11 cents in the last 5 years. So that's been pretty aggressive attempt to keep as much money in the taxpayers' pocket as we can. But with the growth, we have to still factor those things in when you start talking about revenue neutral.
Yep. Any other thoughts?
Yeah, I have some strong feelings about this. To me, I think we need to scrub our tax rate, throw it out the window, because we've got a whole new environment. If we look at our new assessed value after the appeals, that's what we're dealing with. We put our budget together, we know what we're dealing with. We still make projections on other revenue sources like sales tax, as we always have. We've managed to lower the tax rate and still maintain and have a surplus each year. So if we don't lower the tax rate or the tax revenue, we got that growth. I guess what I'm getting at is, if we have the budget, project the revenue, and then back into a tax rate to fill out that budget requirements. Does that make sense? You know, in the past, we've been able to put a rate times our base. We knew what the tax ad valorem revenue. We don't have that now. We do have a base once we establish it. Get a look at the other revenue sources, look at our obligations, look at our projections 10 years down the road, and then back into a rate that goes with this base, not the old base. And it may be 15 cents lower than it used to be. It may be 30 cents lower than it used to be. But that's the way we need to look at it, I think.
And I think Neil said it exactly right just a minute ago, that at the end of the day, the taxpayer doesn't care what the rate is. It's what they got to write a check for. So
yeah, that's right.
That's what we got to keep in mind.
Yeah, that's a big, and some boards decide, and you're in that, do we want to try to set a tax rate that'll last us to the next reval? Or are we willing to be open to modifications during the year? But not that one's right, one's wrong. There's just things to consider as a board.
Yeah, I was going to say, from what I've seen in looking at statistics statewide for recent revals, I've seen some 20-something% cuts in tax rate, and I've seen a few that were 3 years ago that had, and the next year followed with a rebound of the rate. So yeah, that's something I think we want to, we don't want to get in the up and down and chasing tax rates to try to make it work. So that's
Yeah,
another
unfortunately,
piece of it.
we've had a few counties do that, and the taxpayers aren't real understanding of how that happened when you go down and back, like
Exactly.
bouncing ball.
All right, from a long-term perspective, next slide. Identifying funding sources for parks, greenways, and open space, and also ensuring financial policies are structured to maintain the AAA bond ratings.
Anybody want to jump those rabbits?
We had a recent presentation by a citizen about having a designated funding source for this type of thing. And it seems to me Adrian O'Neill has done an outstanding job. How many millions has he raised through grants? And we've got the ongoing redirection of some other funds towards that end. So in my mind, I think we've got a funding source.
And I guess I would add to that and I think the work that Adrian and Austin have done in finding funds has been tremendous, no doubt about that. But I don't know that we can build I don't remember what the one in Cleveland was. That's a recent example. We're looking at a tens of millions of dollar project can be built $1 million at a time, or $500,000 grant at a time. So that's the concern I have, is if we're going to, whether it's a park or a greenway, the Mountain Sea Trail, East Coast Greenway Trail, where does that funding come from? And I think that's the particularly for the parks, is how do we, and we looked at it in 2018, 2019, about a special tax district in an area to help pay for the people who are going to use the park to pay for it. And so I think that's one of the options, to look at that and see if that's an option we want to look at going down the road, because unfortunately what we have is an unincorporated community that are requesting town-like services and amenities and not paying the tax for it. And if you live in a municipality, you're already paying Parks and Rec for parks, and people from outside are coming in and using the facility. So that's the part that I struggle with, is we have unincorporated areas that want town amenities, and we've got to figure out how to make that equitable to pay for it. If that made any sense at all.
And I think the statute allows for special district tax.
It does.
But yeah, once you provide people in the unincorporated areas, if you give them water and sewer, they don't see any need for cities about becoming part of a town.
That is 100% correct.
Right.
I think we are
living
that. We are living that.
Yeah, when you got a robust utility system, they see no need for it.
All right, the next area is, we're back to water and sewer. First of all, and from a short-term perspective, evaluate short-term water supply alternatives. And Commissioner actually put a date on that, 2026. Finalize the sewer agreement with the town of Clayton in the upcoming fiscal year. Refine the policy to prioritize service to development that supports the envisioned Johnston 2024 goals.
So I'm prepared to talk about the top two because I put them in there. So, but I didn't know who put the bottom one. Who put the bottom one in there? If anybody wants to discuss that one, say. But I think we are doing that. We've got, with all the plans we have going on, and just as we just had in the discussion with Dr. Dorfman, is where does it make sense to continue to provide water services, and then what do we do with the sewer? I know our land use plan calls for pushing the more dense development towards the towns, and so I think that's something we need to continue. But the first two, I'll say evaluate short-term water supply, which is what we're doing. We have a very large project, that's a long-term project that we're looking at that is several hundred millions of dollars to do. And so when that, and I think it's 700 million-ish that we were talking about to develop that. But it is a long-term, 50-year, down the road, and being able to supply water to the county. So it is a long-term. The problem is we're going to pay for it in the near term, which means user rates are going to be high. And so we're trying to, looking at other alternates for that is to look at the short term and see if there's some other partnerships with Goldsboro, Harnett County, Raleigh, Wilson, and see if there's things that we can do to help and kind of spread that out a little bit. So that was, I think that's critical we get that done, because again, the longer we wait, the more it's going to cost to do the long-term fix. So finding that balance that this board is willing to have the user rates be, and then what we're wanting to do to go ahead and move forward, so we are providing for future needs in Johnston County.
Well, I think your speaker before from NC State, he was perfect on about people are going to spend their check either as they leave their job or they're going to do it as they get close to home. And your challenge is like I used to have over in Harnett, is if you don't have any development on your county line, they're going to spend their check in Wake County. But you got to have sewer to have the commercial development along 40. And I know we debated this over in Harnett when on 87, everybody was going to Fayetteville or Sanford, and we took the leap and put sewer up and down 87 between, nothing there. Well, go out there now. I mean, there's every fast food, there's Walmart, there's everything, but if you don't, all your sales tax dollars will stay in another county. So that's a challenge y'all have, definitely, is getting commercial development for people coming out of Wake County. Give them commercial opportunities. How far does Clayton, is 42, is that Clayton's sewer?
It's the counties, but it flows back, and when we get to the second dot,
okay,
we'll address kind of that.
Oh, okay.
So as far as the second thing on there, Clayton has a couple of requests, and I think maybe a third one on the horizon for annexation in an area that's traditionally been served by the county out at Cornwallis and Veterans Boulevard. I would get Parkway. I've got Clayton Boulevard, Veterans Parkway. So they have some requests out there, and so I think we have some work to do with Clayton, and Chandra presented that to us and kind of brought us up to speed on that. So I think that's looking at getting that finalized so we can kind of put our money where our mouth is and help the towns grow with that denser development. And then in the bigger picture, which is not the 25, 26, is look at some sort of, I'll call it a utility service agreement, because it'd be water and sewer, of looking at a service area for Clayton or any of our towns, because ETJs are a tenuous thing right now. And so this may be a way that we can define borders and boundaries for our towns that don't rely on ETJs. So that's a little bit longer term, but the immediate is work out something so we can move forward with the town of Clayton being able to grant annexation on those properties out at Cornwallis and 42.
Long-term, in the area of water and sewer, pursue water and sewer consolidation and regionalization, ensure adequate and affordable water sewer services, invest in larger capacity water, sewer, and stormwater systems to meet the growth needs of the county, explore partnerships with utility providers for cost sharing.
All right. So I will, Commissioner Stovall, who had to leave, and I'll just say it is amazing that he's here. He just had knee replacement surgery, so the fact that he was here for 2/3 of the day and was able to stick it out is pretty amazing. But I know a lot of these are important to him as well. But I think all of these, we kind of already touched on all of them, I think. But, you know, the regionalization, the interlocal agreements, but, you know, again, when we talked about interbasin transfer, not only with Harnett County, but even with Wilson and the sub-basin is, you know, how can we work with Harnett County? I'm gonna use that in particular. How can we work with Harnett County and Benson to make sure, I mean, to get the water, we've got to send the sewer. So how do we work on that? And I know that Harnett County's had some discussion with our economic development team and our maybe changed a little bit their perspective in the last couple of years, I think with some new leadership. And so I think there's some opportunities there for us to continue to explore to see if we can do that. And again, some opportunities at Wilson, Raleigh. So there's some other things there. But I think, as we talked about earlier, yeah, it's not just Johnston County that has limited resources. It's all over the state, and that move towards regionalization is a you know, a big thing. And I know in Raleigh, the folks that look at funding opportunities, you know, prefer to look at regional approaches to solutions rather than individual local governments' solutions to those problems. And again, the rates, you know, I think that's what, you know, the customers are going to pay for it, and how do we make sure those rates are reasonable and to still do what we need to do. And then I don't know what the other two invested large commits. Yeah, one of the things that stormwater is as a utility is, I'll say, a kind of new thing, at least in North Carolina. So I think that's one that that was new. I know we're looking at some changing in ordinances, and so we don't know the impact of those. But it is, at least in my opinion, it's hard to work on stormwater at one subdivision at a time. It takes a regional approach. So I think that's probably for down the road. That is under long-term. Okay, so I'm good with that. And again, the partnerships, I think I touched on that. We just need to press a little harder and see who the partners are out there that we can work with and team together to really get a regional approach.
How are your towns with their sewer capacity? Are most of them got some excess capacity?
So most we have 4 that are dependent on us, and the rest of them not. Clayton is just about to open their plant up, so they will have some capacity.
Okay.
But I think beyond that, I think the rest of them are the 4 of them are dependent on us entirely. Well, if I'm gonna throw in Wilson's Mills, that's 5. Archer Lodge has no sewer. So
I didn't say it's because I've got some counties that they're really hampered in development because they haven't. The board don't control the town, but the town don't have any capacity to serve.
So I will say, and touch on that, because we've had a really good working relationship with the mayors over the last, I'd say, 3 years. We've, again, a lot of slow progress there, but there has been a lot of discussion on water and sewer, and there's some look at regionalization, starting with some of the smaller towns in the east and northeast working together to form, you know, some sort of regionalization there. So, and so I would say this is probably a monthly conversation between the county and elected official level, where there's discussion of how we're going to move forward with this. We've involved Central Pines Regional Council. I think they'll probably be involved in the future there as we move forward. But a lot of work and a lot of people who maybe 10 years ago weren't receptive to working together. But I think currently we've got all the towns and the counties really kind of work together to figure out and collaborate how we solve, because it's not just one town or the county who has the problem. It's everybody's problem. So.
The next area is transportation. From a short-term perspective, complete the transportation plan update during 2025. From a long-term perspective, pursue inner-city passenger rail from Selma to Clayton to Raleigh.
Let me take the first one.
Please, somebody else talk.
I'll talk.
I'm gonna drink some water.
This first one, we had a recent update from our consultant that we've engaged about the comprehensive transportation plan, and we've got another public hearing Monday, I believe, next week. I think the final public input, and that should be wrapped up in a month or so. And of course, all that plays into the ongoing UDO plan, as well as the utilities. It's all got to work together.
Well, the 4 lanes going into Raleigh are wonderful. What they've already, it's changed my commute.
The 5 lanes are even better.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It is a whole lot nicer now when you have to drive to Raleigh.
Yeah. Yeah, I was gonna say, on the toll roads, my quick pass has gone from 10 to 20 to 50 now on that, so I'm making use of that, so.
You want to talk about the intercity? passenger rail?
Yeah, so, does anybody else have anything to say on the transportation plan? No. So one of the things that, at least it started a couple years ago, is when it was commuter rail that, kind of folded with the federal funding on that, is I guess the term is intercity passenger rail. And we've got there's a lot of studies on the state level looking at travel from Raleigh to Wilmington. And of course, Raleigh to Selma's on that corridor. And so they're looking at studying that. But in the course of that, and we have a consultant who used to be the executive director of the North Carolina Railroad, Scott Saylor, who has really kind of helped open our eyes to some facts that relate to the Selma to Raleigh connection. And that is, it is the longest stretch of the railroad in North Carolina that doesn't have a station in between it. So thus the Clayton Wilson Mills is a potential station there. And right now you have trains running from Raleigh to Charlotte and back. And we've had discussions about what does it mean if we just took those same trains, didn't add any new trains, we just ran those trains from Raleigh to Selma with a stop in Clayton. And then that plays into, and so we've got to start working on it. As part of the CT, it's in our transportation plan update to cover that. So we've got to get a plan together to start to even look at getting money for it. So I think we've started that. But the other thing that it opens up is the development along the rail, and we've seen that in other places. And we talked about mixed use earlier, and the value that brings, but the opportunity it brings to those towns, Selma, Wilson's Mills, Clayton, along that route, and I would say even on the other end, people getting on in Selma that can ride from Micro, Kinley, Princeton, and use it. So I think there's a lot of potential there, and it is really odd when I sit here and talk about passenger rail. Just seems bizarre for Johnston County to be even thing that's even on our on the radar. But there is a lot of money out there available for it. There's a lot of focus on the S line going north eventually to Richmond, and there's a whole lot of issues. And we've got track availability in place. Most of the right-of-way is in place, almost all of it, maybe a couple of crossings. So in my mind, we have some really low-hanging fruit to be able to get started on this so that the DOT and the railroad can show some, I would say, some quick success rather than waiting. I don't know how long the study it will be to find out what the route to Wilmington ever is going to be. I imagine I won't be here by the time they finish that study. But that's what that is, and I think that's, again, that is a long-term play because it's a lot of money. Unfortunately, I think that right now there is some federal money and DOT money available to help, but it's just that is a long-range thing.
Mr. Chairman, I might add that comprehensive transportation plan final public input is 4 o'clock next Monday at the library in Smithville. And the public is welcome, encouraged to attend.
All right.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
I do know too that Scott Saylor has reached out to NCDOT Rail Division, and they're responding to share some dates to have that discussion. That's been happening this week.
And I will say that that's, I won't say been a pet project of mine, but now that we have Commissioner Davis on board, she has an interest in that too. So I have a partner now in that. So that was good news to me when we talked about it last week, and she'll be participating in those conversations.
Final area is growth and land use plan from a short-term perspective. Complete and implement the UDO update in 2025. Determine appropriate balance of the development types that yield positive tax revenue in relationship to the overall cost and as well as the demand for county services. That goes back to that presentation earlier today. Update the building code to address significant growth challenges.
So I'm going to say I'm going to be disappointed if there's not a lot of conversation on those first two from the two ends of the table. So I'm just going to open that up. I'm just going to open that up. So I sent in on the session. We all had a session to talk about the UDO, and they have a lot of great ideas and put a lot of thought into it. So I want to hear some conversation from the ends of the table. So y'all have at it.
I mean, I don't know if we need to have the whole conversation here as much as, you know, I think we've all got a lot of ideas of some positive changes that we can make to our UDO ordinance. And I think it's important that we're looking at all aspects of what is the highest and best use of each acre in Johnston County. And so it really was eye-opening to have that presentation from earlier, and I feel like I almost have 20 more questions than I had when we met last week, to be honest. I know I can speak for myself, and I feel like the consensus on the board is we want to make sure we're good stewards of the land, 100%. We want to make sure that we are pushing growth towards the municipalities. We want to make sure that we have services to cover every rooftop and where they go. And, you know, the issue we keep running into is chicken or the egg. You can't put a fire department where there's no houses to serve, but you can't put a lot of houses and not have a fire department to serve them. And so we're just trying to find that balance. And then, you know, I'm not against, and I know we've talked about this before, somehow, and I'm jumping a little bit, but somehow earmarking some of our, you know, water and sewer capacity for, you know, industrial and commercial uses, so we don't have the constant issue. And I know Chris Johnson and I have talked about this multiple times of we want to make sure his hands aren't ever tied in bringing industry to Johnston County that can also create jobs. So yeah, that's a loaded topic just within itself, but I definitely have a lot of opinions and ready to get into the weeds of it.
Just from serving on the UDO plan back in 2022 at this point. So for having 3 years up in the weeds back then of serving on that committee to now hopefully getting it in place this year is what I'm excited for.
I just hope in that discussion we never lose sight of the silent citizen. You know, we tend to think about the issues around those people that engage our people, our staff at the inspection office, at the public health, those people that are engaged in the building business, the business of building houses for families, business of bringing families here. But there's 200,000 silent citizens out there that never go into those facilities, never talk to our staff, but they're affected by what we do every day. And we need to keep them people in mind when we're making these decisions.
Yeah, that's sort of what they send you up here for, isn't it? Mm-hmm. Well, I always remember, you know, you can't control whether this county grows just because your location, but either the growth's going to control you or you're going to have to control the growth some. I mean, it's one of the growth's coming. It's just a matter of, does it control your decision making, or do you help try to regulate it some to get there? So.
Well, and to that point, I think we've seen the latter already. Yeah. I think this board, our number one intention is to help steer the growth, not necessarily control it. I don't know that any of us have that type of power,
control, but have something there.
But make sure it's well thought out and steered, and so we're not creating the same issues that we have been facing for the past several years.
And also, like in that presentation we saw earlier too, we can get the best use and value of our money in our tax dollars as well.
It's hard to sell people that you can get reserve more open space by putting houses on smaller lots, but you can. Mm-hmm. I mean, but it goes against logic of what people think about. But there are concepts. But then you have to have sewer available or some type of septic disposal available.
Any comments over here, Vice Chair, Commissioner Rose? Yeah, and I think Commissioner Stovall, the last comment was his, and I know there's been some recent changes to building codes that have concerned him, and I think that's what he wants to make sure that, we work with our delegation in Raleigh to make sure the growth is what it needs, and it's safe, and it meets some standard that we can all literally live with.
Because a lot of people have voices up there, whether it be builders or realtors or whatever, but the citizen needs a voice too, and that's sort of where y'all come in. You want the county to prosper and everything that comes with it, but you're one of those counties that have so much of your growth is going on in the unincorporated areas. I'd say that was where the bulk's at, and it puts the county in a unique situation. So.
I think the presentation from Dr. Dorfman was very enlightening, and also perhaps even plays into the thought process behind these comments as well. I think it gives you another set of data to look at when you start making these decisions on the UDO and determining the balance and development types, especially yield positive tax revenue. When you start thinking about the way he presented that, that's very enlightening, and you have to think about the overall balance of it and how that does. Update to the building codes, I can't really, I'm not sure what he was talking about on that, Mr. Chairman.
Well, one of the things you were talking about when earlier y'all were questioning about per capita income, what jumped out at me is y'all got to know, you're a very young county. So people are in the beginning phases of their income. I think you're one of the 10 youngest counties as far as median age. So incomes aren't going to be as high when somebody's 30 as it is when they're 40 or 50. You know, so that does impact your per capita, but you're attracting young families that, let's face it, they get more for their money down here than they can in Wake County. So that's, that jumped out at me when your per capita income, if it looks like it's really not low, it's just, you're made up of younger families.
And I didn't ask Denise that, but I was wondering, because I know with the map book that the association provides, it has that data in it, and I know it was a couple of years ago, we were like number 2 with growth in basically young families. Yeah. Whereas compared to Brunswick, because they were growing with retirees.
Yeah, I mean, I've worked in retirement, and we got a retirement camp, they don't have kids. Half of them don't even live there. They just write you a check for their house, their second home. So you don't have the issues you're having. I mean, and versus you've got young families with kids, and
which I think is also going to play into our capital projects and our budget, because that means more likely they're going to be in the school system for the next 15 years, and how that's going to contribute to how many schools we're going to need, or how we're going to be able to educate all these young families. Because if they're moving here with a 2-year-old and a 3-year-old, then, like I said, in the next 20 years, we're going to be educating them. So that's going to, I think, play into our budget, and then also the capital projects for the future.
And I think we've already seen a lot of that. And just for your reference, Chairman, the average age of someone in Johnston County is 37 and a half.
Yep.
So I'm
right in the middle.
I'm right there.
But I think the average age of North Carolina is up in the 40s, if you take all counties. So you're on the, I think I counted, you're about 90th or something, or I know Harnet's like 95th and Cumberland's second, Onslow's first. You can think about those, you know why. They call them military base. And but you're a young county, so that impacts.
If I remember correctly, don't we have somewhere in the neighborhood of about 36,000 children in school in Johnston County?
40,
right?
yeah, I think it's 40, right at
40,000.
Yes,
Okay.
which is big system for the size of the county.
Yeah, I think we had 36 were in public schools, or in Johnston County public schools, and the rest were in charter schools. Yeah, 30,
Well,
it's in that thing.
I think it's just a testament to what we've been talking about as far as the melting pot that we have become with, you had an older demographic here to begin with because it was a typical farming community. Now we've evolved into a bedroom community of Wake County. And I think what we're seeing now is so much of the influx of the growth being caused by the influx of people coming from other states. And it's continuing to kind of keep us right there in the middle. And then I foresee this staying about there because we're seeing, like I said, a lot more retarees relocating here because of the tax bases, because of the access to the beach, because of grandchildren, exactly.
Those young families.
But then also we see a lot of young families moving here because it is so much more affordable than some of our surrounding counties. And we have the schools.
And the schools, and I think also, just like you said too, you know, whenever you're looking at, after, I think it was Dr. Dorman that also mentioned it too, you know, whenever the whole mix-up of COVID, they can, if people are working remote and they can figure out where I can go anywhere, well, why not? It's a cost of living is a little bit cheaper than Wake County, but same thing. We get 3 hours, I'm at the beach, or I can go to the mountains for the weekend, or I can do all these recreational and travel and all those experience-based things that your young couples value are right here, and they have ease and access to do that.
Well, you just think about the impact just of those improvements out there on the highway to 8 lanes plus the toll road.
Mm-hmm.
That's people that live in Research Triangle and Chapel Hill. They live in Johnston County.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, now versus before, they wouldn't have thought, I mean,
Yeah.
they wouldn't have fought that traffic, but they can now, so that changes things.
Long-term, develop sustainable program for the farmland preservation, create a new position ensuring a continuous review and update of the ordinance and the UDO, ensure county infrastructure is sufficient to meet the projected growth, adopt smart growth principles, i.e. manage land use, preserve green space while encouraging mixed-use development, and then finally consider balancing development with land conservation.
Like that's what we've been talking about.
I was just getting ready to say, I got pretty passionate with regards to, especially mixed use. That was one of the things I really liked seeing in some of the examples we got in the draft comprehensive land use plan. They did a specific, and maybe it's because I live in this area, but they did a specific drawing of what McGee's Crossroads could look like, and I felt like it was such a good representation of what that area is capable of while maintaining the character of the area. And you know, nobody likes the word mixed use, which is why I wanted to bring it up in the earlier presentation, because I think we've always turned our nose up at it, but I think right place, right time, and for the most part, the right time has always been pushed as far off as possible until, like I said, it was reactive. And they gave us some options where, you know, it kept the flow of Highway 210, but you also had retail development, businesses on the front, multifamily in the back, single family, you know, a lot of connectivity. And I just think, you know, I feel like the reason Flowers Plantation, just as an example, is so popular is because of the lifestyle you can sell. You get home in the evenings and you can get on your golf cart and go to the grocery store and go to dinner and go to the playground and do all these things without having to constantly get in and out of your vehicle and back and forth. And I feel like there's areas in our county we can do that. It's not going to work for every area. You know, I live on 14 acres and I want to stay there, but it would be great to get to some of these developments or multi-use hubs, for lack of a better word. I don't want to use the word PUD yet, but let's just say these multi-use hubs, and it's keeping the connectivity there, it's keeping the commercial there, and it's keeping people and our sales tax and our tax bases all in the same area.
Yeah, I like the example that Dr. Dorman used of that one that was in Kannapolis, where they were all right there together. You had a lot of your open space was preserved in the back, but then you had the duplexes, apartments, whatever you want to call them, and then you said you had across the street was your park, and then you also had your dry cleaners, restaurant, and everything else, and like almost like a strip mall, and everything was right there, and people walked to it. And I think that's what, if we're going to, what we're seeing as our demographic is your young families, they want a smaller yard, but then they're fine with a swing set in the backyard, but then being able to have that interconnectivity of walking to the park, walking to a restaurant, or getting on their golf cart and doing that. And just, I think that's your...
I think that's why you see downtown Raleigh and downtown Charlotte boom with apartments, because young couples, they want a life at night, and they want to be able to walk.
Right.
And why not give them that in a rural area? Is what I think you're saying, to a point, as much as you could by UDA. And I think they're more open to it than those of us who grew up in baby boomers in suburban America. I think that's why you have to look at innovative things, I think.
Well, and it also helps with a lot of your infrastructure costs. You know, a lot of these commercial developers that are coming in, they don't have any issues paying to bring water and sewer to these sites because they know the rooftops are going to be there to support the businesses that they're turning around and selling, you know, the lots or the out parcels to. And so it, in my opinion, especially if they are done well, very thoughtful, and again, you can't sprawl multi-use, but if they're done well around our main connection points anyway, I feel like they'll be self-serving.
You see it do it several. I cut through. I usually go at 50 to Stevenson, but for some reason I was cutting 42 where it hits 50, and that whole, I didn't realize that was all there, that new shopping center to serve those people in that area. I mean, the market responded and built all that in there.
It means Veterans Parkway.
I mean, I was just shocked when I saw that. It hadn't been there that long.
Well, and you know, again, I'm very familiar with that area. It's in my district, and that's where my business is as well. And you know, the difference is, yes, we have grown in rooftops, but the biggest difference is 540 opened up 3 miles down the road. And so now you talk about additional connectivity and why it should sprawl around that exit or that interchange. That's the way it should be. We should be building on those areas there and not plopping them throughout the county.
Yes.
Yeah, I was going to go back to the first one. So I think we have made great inroads in figuring out how to handle the farmland with our PUV money. We have some great partners there with Triangle Land Conservancy and also with our soil and water conservation folks getting the conservation easements. And I know when we had conversations about the UDO, we talked about buffers around farmland. But I think that's, you know, I think we need to continue to explore options and see, you know, what's available to help with that farmland. And I'll say, you know, open space too, as Dr. Northman brought out, the value that all that brings and the relative low cost of that. And I will say the second one too, and I'm gonna blame Kevin Leonard for this one. When he gave told his story about the Appalachian Trail a few years ago, he talked about, you know, you walking the trail and looking at your feet and not being able to look out and forward to things. And I really feel, and I thought I had this somewhere else, so maybe it is somewhere else. But in our planning department, you know, it is very hard for our folks to review the amount of work that they have coming in, but also be looking out and ahead and figuring out what is the next thing before the next thing is on us and we're dealing with it and trying to figure out that. But I would also say in the utilities, the same thing is, you know, we need positions that people are planning for down the road and not reacting. And again, we got great staff in both of those, but it is extremely hard to do, you know, be in the weeds of a permit application and the details, but yet looking and planning for future water and sewer, you know, resources that we need. So,
yeah, your first priority is to serve the citizens standing in front of you. So that takes away from your ability to look down the road. So,
you know, we all have campaigned on a conservative platform. And one of the things about conservative is limited government. So I always bristle at the thought of creating new positions. But when I first came on board, we had about 900 to 1,000 people on board on our staff. How many do we have now? 1,300? 15. Yeah. But the county has grown 94% in our tax base in this 10 years. So sometimes it's a necessary evil. Not to say that our staff is evil.
All right, any other comment?
Yeah, I just want to add one thing. Commissioner Lauder was talking about how a lot of the unincorporated areas are pseudo-cities now and therefore are expecting city-type amenities. But then I don't know, maybe it's a little contradictory that I didn't talk about having areas in the county that are going to be more cities, more, you know, densely populated with shops and and everything all on top of each other, which is a better way to do things, but we've created more cities, and they're going to want more city amenities. And so I do think that we do need to keep a serious, we'll keep the idea that we want to try to grow the cities, or push the growth toward the municipalities as much as we possibly can, and do and do county things, and let them do city things. Because when we talk about like Flowers is a beautiful place. But it's a little town, it's a little city, and I guess they pay a good HOA to get a lot of those amenities, I would assume. I don't even know, but I'm sure they do. But anyway, I just wanted to bring that up. That is a good example of a well-planned community, but it does come with a cost. Those people are paying a nice fee to be part of that community.
The next one, we'll move to county facilities and infrastructure. From a short-term perspective, finalize the evaluation of the fire station location, complete the county facility master plan, begin prioritizing the county facilities, and I believe we're going to do that tomorrow, identify county facility projects, the delivery method, and initiate the design process. Maintain existing infrastructure, as well as prioritize the construction of the new social services building.
So the fire station location study has been funded, and I think the RFQs have gone out, and they're getting ready to award that to someone to conduct that study. So hopefully that's going to be done within the next, I don't know what the time frame is, 6 months or so. We should have the answers on the fire station study. The facility master plan has been completed, and we're actually going to have conversation tomorrow about that. That's going to be a hot topic of discussion, I'm sure. Prioritize the facilities, we'll do that as well. Identify the county facility projects, that'll tie into the same thing. And the prioritized construction of the new social services building, it all ties to the same thing. It's all part of that master plan that we're dealing with.
We've been building that social services building so long it needs renovating now.
It's already outdated.
Yeah, and I do on the county facility master plan, we haven't completed it yet. We're very close, so we got a meeting in the next week or so, to go over all that. So we're very, very, very close to that. So, and again, we'll beat that one a little bit more tomorrow.
Yeah,
I mean,
we'll
I'll
dive in
really,
a little deeper on that.
Okay. All right, from a long-term perspective, infrastructure upgrades, develop plan to address county and schools' capital needs, invest in high-speed broadband throughout the county, ensuring equitable connectivity.
So I'm just going to say on the first one, I think that we have a CIP, utility CIP. I think that as we talk about short-term and regionalization, that may be tweaked, but we have something in place now. So I think the upgrades piece to that is, what's going to be the results of some of this regionalization? Is there I don't say a change in plan, but it may be an adjustment to the plan. And then the second one, the CIP, I think that we talked about today, we have all the nuts and bolts for that. We just haven't put it together and made it into a formal plan. So I think we're probably progressing towards that. And then we're having discussions with the schools on an ongoing basis on their capital needs, not only for construction of buildings, but also on their needs for maintaining the facilities they have. And so I think those talks are progressing. Vice Chairman Harris probably has more details on that, but I do think we're making progress. But again, there's some significant numbers, and it all comes down to how do we, put that into the budget so that it's consistent. And again, for us, the asset management piece that schools are doing, I think for the county, we probably need to do that same thing, is do an assessment of what we have and develop a management plan for what we need to take care of, because it's only going to grow as we're talking about these capital projects. And so we probably need to address that pretty soon. And the third one is extremely frustrating to me because it's somewhat out of our control. We're relying, or counting on a large part on state programs, and I don't know, that one's frustrating to me. I'll let somebody else talk about it. We are making progress, and as Commissioner, we're making the kind of progress. Commissioner Godwin is very slow on that, but I hope we have some more information on that one.
I have solved my problem, and that may be the answer to everybody. Wonder what it would cost to get everybody Starlink.
Yeah. You had something on the broadband, yeah.
I do believe on the second phase of broadband grants, that there'll be an announcement for Johnston County in the next 30 to 45 days for the provider to handle Johnston County in the second phase. So more to come on that.
Okay, great.
I'll add to the number 2 one on the county school systems. That, one of the things at this time last year when we had our planning session, they were still in the process of doing an assessment of the schools, of the existing infrastructure, to see what what needed to be repaired, what needs to be replaced, and getting everything on some type of long-term plan. And they've done that, and now we're having a lot of discussions with them. Matter of fact, we met with them a week or so ago to try to sit down and figure out some manageable way of approaching this, because a lot of the things have been let go for a long time, and it's going to take some catching up to do. And so here we go with that part of it. But I think we've got a good handle on it. We just got to figure out what that's going to look like financially, and how do we move forward with it in a reasonable way to keep it up and keep it updated.
You don't want to find out about those old air handlers all at 3 high schools at one time, do you?
We have some of that.
Yeah.
We have some of that.
The county went through a tremendous building phase in the late 90s and early 2000s on schools, almost one a year. And now it's getting time to maintain all those schools.
Yep.
I forget how many million square feet we have in school space, but it's tremendous. And so,
I want to say 5 million,
5.5 million. 5.5 million, yeah, that's a lot. So, yeah. We already talked about the fire station study location. I will add to the develop a long-term plan for location of construction of EMS stations. When we got into the EMS business, we a lot of times rented space from local fire departments to have the EMS crew stationed there because it was already an available facility. Since the inception of the fire matrix and the work that this board has done to try to move the fire service forward, it's allowing them to hire more and more paid staffing, and so they're needing that space back. And so we've got to develop a long-term plan for EMS station construction going forward, because I know we've been given notice of one department, for example, within about 3 years, they're going to need their part of their station back. So we've got to find a location for those EMS crews to go. And it's a good time, since it's a system-wide approach, it's a good time to strategically locate the stations wherever they're needed, wherever call volume and distance of travel and all that would be. So
Yeah, that's
more to come.
And look at the growth and where it's going and all that comes with it.
Yes.
Yeah, I will say on that, when we talk about what we've accomplished and actually got something with the fire matrix that we've instituted and that move, I think that has been very well received by the fire departments in the communities of what's going on. I think that anytime there's change, I think there was some fear of what was happening, and I can't say enough about the way the fire chiefs and the fire departments have cooperated and collaborated, not just with the county, but with each other to move forward on that. So it's, I'll really say from when I got in here in 2018, it's night and day, the difference between the relationship between each department and the county across the board. So.
You're blessed, because it can be a turf thing.
Yes.
Well, and I'll add to that as well. I think from a citizen's perspective, the level of service that's being provided today versus what was, and let me back up and say, they were doing a great job, but we've been able to expand and enhance the service so much more now that every department in this county is providing emergency medical first responder, which was a monumental task just to move that forward. They're funded better to where we looked at the low wealth departments, or the ones that were very challenged to try to operate, and now they're able to hire some part-time staffing to help with the volunteer shortage. So it's really providing more people on the scene of an incident faster, higher trained, more abilities to help the citizens. So it's really been a big game changer. We probably haven't publicized it as much as we should have, but it's the people are really benefiting from this, and the fire departments and the chiefs have really been instrumental in making all that happen.
There's
So
a lot of counties that like to be in your shoes right now.
we are very blessed. We really are.
Yeah, I think we have a lot of counties reaching out to us about what
It's a
what
challenge.
we're doing.
Volunteers is a challenge in a lot of rural areas.
It is.
From a workforce perspective, evaluate staffing in the land use services, specifically stormwater in 2026. Concern always about employee retention and also maintaining a positive work environment for that recruitment and retention of employees.
I think I've already talked about the short term, and the reason I'll say, and I can't speak for the rest of the board, but it seems most of the calls I get are about stormwater, and I'm gonna say there's a lot of reasons that I get calls on them, and some of them are not with our planning, our staff, I can assure you that. So let's just start there, but that's where I receive the most calls. But again, that is an enterprise fund, and my personal opinion is we need, and I don't want to grow government, but to do what we're doing, we need more people, and I know they're trying to limit it to the enterprise fund, so I don't know if we need to raise our fees to cover that, or if we put something temporarily from the general fund. But I think that is a need that I get, here almost on a monthly basis. And again, I'm not saying it's the staff issue, because there's a lot of stuff that comes in that's not complete. And so that just means they've got to keep working, work on it again and again, touch it several times instead of once or twice. So, but I think that's a need that I've heard and feel like we have in the short term. Short of, and I don't know what the fees are, but it may be something we look at as we're going forward to do. And we got the staff works really, really hard in all groups, but that one I know they're working hard to get stuff out. So
I can take employee retention one. The board took a strong approach in making county employees one of the top priorities of this board. And we did a pay study. It's been 4 or 5 years ago now, I guess. And one of the things that happened with that pay study is that we committed to studying the positions every other year. There was half the positions one year, half the positions the second year. And I think that's really solved our employee retention problem. I mean, we're getting applications. I know for EMS they had 110 applications for one position. So that's pretty strong in any area. 911. All emergency services, all those different agencies are really doing well. And so the key to that moving forward is we can't take our foot off that. We've got to continue to look at those positions every other year and make sure that we're competitive with our neighbors, because we had become a training ground in a lot of areas. And we would spend the money on the employees, and we would keep them for a while, and they would get some experience, and they would travel up the road and get a decent pay increase, and you can't blame them for doing that. But by doing that, I think our employee retention has dramatically improved, and we've got a great workforce. I mean, our county employees are just all across the board are just fantastic people, and they really have a heart toward serving the citizens of the county, and that's you almost can't buy that anywhere. You got to have that heart.
And you're right, you can't take your eye off of it.
No,
I mean, you have to stay on it.
I think as a board, we've got to really stay focused on, we have to study those every year and make sure that we're staying competitive. If we do that going forward, there will never be a need to do a pay study again, because we will have kept it up on and on. What happened, I've found in local government, in my experiences, they would do a pay study and then it'd sit there for 10, 15, 20 years and not do anything else about it.
It'd be a doorstop.
It'd be a doorstop, and then all of a sudden they'd find yourself way behind again. And so I think if we, now that we've done it, let's just keep it up. The positive work environment and attracting and retaining employees, I think that's part of that. I think it starts with our county manager and our county staff, all the folks. They really do create a positive environment, and they're supportive of the employees. And we've just got a dedicated workforce that we're so fortunate to have. So I think that's a good environment to be in.
I think the only thing that people or employers have to be mindful is younger people now are looking for flexible ways to work. And it sounds like y'all have done some of that, but people have to be open to that moving forward. Remote work or flexible hours or whatever, that's just a trend we're seeing everywhere.
Yeah, I want to add a little story to that. So this morning, as some of our county employees were bringing things in this morning, somebody tapped me on the shoulder and said, "How you doing?" It was a guy I go to church with. Had no idea he was a county employee. We've talked many Sundays at church, never asked him where he worked. And he worked here, and I said, "Well, how long have you been here?" And he said, 5 years. He said, "I love working here." And he said, "This is a great place to work." So it just goes, all the things that you're talking about, make it a great place to work. So that made me, I didn't really think about it until you started talking about it. But, that is, and I'm sure we've all run across county employees who, say, "Hey, well, thank you for what you're doing for us," and even little things like when people retire and come before the board, and just recognizing folks who've dedicated a large part of their career, I'll say life, to Johnston County, just acknowledging the fact that what you've done is important and it's made a difference. I mean, I think little things like that add up, and so I think we need to continue to find ways to.
I can't believe a county employee went to church with you for 5 years and hadn't talked to you about being a county employee.
It might be because of the disguise I wear. So I've only known him for 3 years since I've been going to church there, but yeah, still.
The next category is
Can I mention one
organization
thing?
structure. I'm sorry.
Yeah, Rick.
That's all right. I was just going to tell you too, and it does. The county employees, I've heard many say they notice at the board meetings at the front end when you mention those board priorities, it does not go unnoticed, and I think that's huge. Thank you.
Okay, organization structure from a short-term perspective. Create an organization chart for each county department. Study long-term facility and staffing needs in conjunction with the tax rate. Long-term, develop a succession plan for the executive team and department heads.
So I'll jump on 1 and 3. I'll claim those. I don't think that's any surprise to anybody, especially Rick. So we talk about it quite often. But I do think for the public to know kind of the way things are structured and who does what, to me, that's a valuable thing just on the website to have something. We don't need to drill down, to the lowest level, but to have something that even the board can take a look at to know, where people are in the organization. I think is important. Again, it doesn't need to drill down to we can have that information. I don't know that needs to be available for us to look at. And then and I'll jump to I do want to say the organization. So one thing that I don't know if it's going to be in here since we only got one more slide left, but we are working on a dashboard that we can have. So this board and department heads can have information, whether it's construction related information or public safety, but something we can pull up and look at. And I think being able to pull up an organizational chart and just look as we're, it's 11 o'clock at night and we're thinking, well, I've heard that name. What do they do? And we don't have to call Rick or text Rick. Well, sometimes some of us forget what time it is. I'm just going to say, and may send an errant text. But having that information, so it's just as part of that. I mean, I think the development of that dashboard and I know it's not just Clayton, but Clayton has something they developed that we've all looked at that I think would be valuable for this board and future boards to have access to information basically around the clock. And
I just saw the city of Greenville give a presentation of theirs, and it was impressive.
Yeah,
they had just put one online for it. It's amazing.
Yeah, and I think the eventual plan was as we kind of work kinks out that would be public information where they could go on there and do that. But and again, the long term. I want Rick to stay around at least as long as I'm on here, and others will probably be on here longer. So to him to be around, but to have a plan. And I know, and I think we missed the association meetings where there was 2 sessions on on this.
It's probably one of the hottest topics right now, succession planning.
Yeah, having something in place for something unfortunate happens, that we've got a plan to move forward and how to move forward with that.
I tell every board I visit, you should know who your next finance officer is going to be. I'm not picking up Chad, but finance, we're finding across this, what you have in North Carolina is all these baby boomers that came up through local government are reaching retirement, and they're just retiring in waves, and finding replacements for them it's become a challenge. So trying to plan for that, either internally or how you're going to do it outside of the internally, is a challenge, and we're seeing it across the state. It's hard to find.
And you don't have people going into the accounting profession.
No, they're not going into governmental accounting.
Or accounting at all. Most universities, the accounting programs are down about 40%. It's too tedious.
But yeah,
it really is.
But it is a challenge.
They should go into engineering then.
But it's something the board do think about, because it is something that we've seen too many counties have a long-term finance officer, say for example, finance officer retire, and it don't take them a year till they're off the rails. I mean, especially small counties where they have small staff, much smaller than y'all's. But just a thing to keep in mind. Succession planning is a big topic right now.
And finally, the last category is human services. There was one item about expanding the accessibility of mental health programs, especially around crisis intervention.
That's been a topic that every county in this state, I'm sure, is wrestling with. We have, we're part of Alliance Mental Health, the LMN, MCO, whatever. And Commissioner Stovall now serves on that board along with the local citizen, Lee Jackson. And we have made some progress in that area, working with our health department and with our hospital people. And so hopefully we'll have something to announce soon, especially with crisis intervention.
We've heard a lot about this after Helene. Our mountain counties, of how they're dealing with their EOC staffs, how they're dealing with their volunteers, and they're turning to, but there's a lot of resources out there. Your insurance care providers have resources, your mental health agencies, but it is more and more. And it's not just in crisis, I mean in a major disaster, this has just brought it to light, but it's your protective service workers, your law enforcement, your EMS. A lot of pressure on them out there.
It's been a difficulty for our social services people, and hopefully we'll find some respite for them with this new facility.
Yeah.
Mr. Chairman, that ends the survey responses.
Yeah, our concept here, and you tell us we're here for you and we're here till 5 or whenever you want us to be, but that we've gone over these, sort of revisited some of these and had some discussion, but then tomorrow morning concentrate on developing those priorities like we have in the past, but saving plenty of time to rank those capital items that you want to do as the later part of the presentation tomorrow. So that was sort of our concept. We can leave it here or get started on setting the priorities, or leave it here and return to that in the morning, but I'll defer to y'all. That's sort of how we saw it moving forward.
So I think the agenda that we have laid out for tomorrow, talking about the top three to five priorities, and then that is still good. And then after lunch,
that's what
we will get into the discussion on the capital.
That was our goal.
Projects.
Going forward to do that.
Yeah, and I think and we'll talk. So we had kind of two things. We had a list of projects we prioritized, but we also had a time frame. 2030 completed 2030, 35, and after 35. So it may be that this is just my thought. Is we look at prioritizing the projects, and then maybe we need to put the time frame on them, because it may not match up. If my number 1 winds up being number 15, well, my 2030 completion is not going to really apply to that. So maybe we look at how do we rank them, prioritize them, then we can go back and look and see. Because at some point, if we pick the top 5, obviously we may want those done in 2030. Then we can look at the next group.
And if they're the 5 largest, then it may push the others back.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, we may move the line up. So that's just my thought, and then we'll pick up, at I guess it.
And Kevin will be rejoining us in the morning. So.
Okay. So that's kind of our thought. But I think I don't have any objection to ending early today, because I think tomorrow will be pretty much a full full day by the time we get through the capital project. So does anybody have any issues with, I guess, recessing early today?
Let me think about it. Okay.
Okay, hang on. I got some specific instructions here, though.
A motion, what do you need?
So I just want to say we will go ahead then and recess for today. We'll resume tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock. The live stream will start at 9 o'clock, and we will be having dinner together at 5:30 at Manning's Restaurant, which is conveniently located at 406 East Main Street in Clayton. And we will have that. It's just a time for a social gathering. There will be no business conducted. And with that, I will entertain the motion that we recess tomorrow until 9 a.m.
So recess.
All right, I'll take that as a motion in a second. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Too bad. We will see you tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock.